Hello.
Hey, Miss Pam.
Hey, how are you?
Fine, how are you?
I'm good.
You look great.
Hello.
It sounded like you might have a little echo behind you. Can you talk again?
Yeah, I do. I need to close my door.
Hello, 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 hello. Do I have an echo?
Yes, you do.
Either that or there's 8 of you.
Okay.
Right, I'm ready. I've had my coffee. Hello, Councilmember Jimenez and
Hello.
Stricker.
Hi there. Hi
And-
there. Just doing a sound check.
Right, I haven't said hi to you, even though you were kind enough to respond to my question.
Just a
Absolutely.
reminder, you're on YouTube right now.
Oh,
Can you hear me, Madam Clerk?
Yes,
I see 3 council members. As soon as one more, I see 4. Okay, so we have a quorum. Are you ready to go?
yes.
Okay, welcome everyone to the open session to hear public comment before closed session. Would you read the agenda items, please?
I'll call the roll first.
I'm sorry, yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Bates? Absent. Councilmember Jimenez?
Present.
Vice Mayor Johnson?
Here.
Councilmember Martinez?
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Here.
Councilmember Willis?
Here.
And Mayor Butt.
Here.
I just signed in, Madam
Okay.
City Clerk.
And for the record, Councilmember Bates is present.
I didn't see roll call on the agenda. That's why I missed it.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Okay, so I assume we have public speakers.
Yes, I'll read the items into the record. The council will discuss the following items during closed session: conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Spall Death et al. Versus City of Richmond, the Giddyville Rancheria of California et al. Versus the United States of America et al., North Coast Rivers Alliance et al., Point Melody Alliance et al. Versus City of Richmond. Under conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. Under this item, there are 4 communications regarding the amended judgment and various agreements related to Point Melody. Under conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation in national prescription opiate litigation is under that item. And under conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives, Jack Hughes, employee organizations, SEIU Local 1021 full-time and part-time units, SEIU Local 21 mid-level and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. And then unrepresented employee, interim city attorney, agency representative, acting city manager, interim senior assistant city attorney. Public employee appointment, interim city attorney, and liability claims, Cheryl Odom versus City of Richmond. Okay. We do have speakers.
Okay, we have 6 speakers so far: Alex Meswet, Jeannie Courts, Tarnell Abbott, Jim Hansen, Sally Tobin, and Doria. I'll go ahead and start with Alex Meswet. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So thank you for the opportunity to speak out tonight. I'd like to talk about the Point Melody Alliance et al. Versus the City of Richmond. And I would like to say that, in my opinion, outrageous efforts have been made to intimidate the City Council in response to the majority decision of the Council not file an opposition brief to the lawsuit filed against the City, a decision that was made in full defense and protection of the interest. The court's ruling clearly shows that intimidation tactics are unacceptable. On November 30th this year, the federal judge denied close to the totality of the temporary restraining order the casino developers of Point Melody filed against the city. As the judge explained, there is no evidence that the City Council violated the settlement agreement, and there is no evidence of such crime because it has never been committed by the City Council. Furthermore, trying to prevent City Council from filing a brief in the Brown Act appeal case is unacceptable as well. I want to thank the 4 City Council members, Claudia Jimenez, Eduardo Martinez, Gail McLaughlin, and Melvin Willis, their dedication to the well-being of the people of Richmond and their incredible efforts to unveil truth behind the secret settlement that violated the Brown Act, prevented the public and Richmond unity to participate freely and democratically to the decision process, and opened the door to large-scale that stands nearly entirely true public interest. Thank you very much for listening to me tonight.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jeannie Courts. Jeannie, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, good evening. Jeannie Courts, Richmond resident. Tom Budd has made false accusations against the council members who support not filing an opposition brief in the Brown Act case on appeal. And the failed casino developers filed a temporary restraining order to try to stop the council from not filing a brief and force the council to defend the former city council's Brown Act and California planning violations. Here's why. Tom Budd and the failed casino developers are worried that not filing an opposition brief will signal to the Court of Appeals that the city is no longer contesting the allegations that petitioners made in the public interest. A ruling in the public interest in the Brown Act case would unveil the mayor's illicit actions orchestrating the backroom deal and could unravel the deal. The backroom settlement deal was in direct violation of a previous court order in 2006. This 2006 order prohibited the city from approving any development plan for Point Mulati before undertaking a completely non-biased environmental impact report. Tom Budd and the former city council violated that court order when they entered into the secret settlement in 2018 that committed the city to a large-scale housing development at Point Mulati before a full unbiased EIR was undertaken and before the public could weigh in through an open public process. The judge, in her order on the restraining order, also ruled that a hearing to obtain more information, including from city council members, was unnecessary. She basically rescinded her earlier order that the city council members appear in person so they could be questioned. Tom Butts and the failed casino developers' false accusations against the council were exposed for what they were, an outrageous effort to intimidate the city council members, and the judge wisely decided to stop this without a hearing. So I want to thank the majority city council for voting to keep Point Mulati in public hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Tarnell Abbott. Tarnell, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, Tarnell Abbott. I am a Richmond resident. And I also thank council members Claudia Jimenez, Eduardo Martinez, Gail McLaughlin, and Melvin Willis for due diligence in trying to find the truth behind all of this going on around the Point Mulati and the Sprawldeff et al. Lawsuit. The motion for a temporary restraining order and injunction by the casino developers, failed casino developers, was filed in response to the majority decision of the council to not file an opposition brief to the lawsuit filed against the city in the public interest. The lawsuit charges the former city council violated the Brown Act and state planning and zoning laws when they approved the settlement deal behind closed doors in 2018. The mayor and the failed developers acted as they did because they are worried that the city not filing an opposition brief will signal to the Court of Appeal that the city is no longer contesting the allegations that petitioners made in the public interest case against the city, allegations that are true. A ruling in the public interest in the Court of Appeal would unveil and unravel the mayor's and these would-be casino developers' backroom settlement deal. So it's really a matter of telling the truth to the court. And the truth is that the whole process was done in a way that predetermined the outcome in favor of what the developers wanted. And it is really unconscionable that the mayor is promoting these lies over and over again and trying to intimidate other members of the city council, even threatening to sue them. And you could take the high road, Tom, and, why don't you just publish what the judge wrote, the last thing she wrote, and put that on your e-forum and tell the people the truth instead of spurious conspiracy charges that don't stand up in a court of law. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jim Hansen. Jim, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Council. Jim Hansen, Richmond. I just wanted to comment that, boy, this settlement agreement from years ago has been a rotten apple since day one. And the only thing I can say is it's only gotten worse. So I really appreciate the work of the council because I know this has got to be hard, difficult, and complex work to make things right. And I just want to point out that out of this settlement agreement, the public was put through this kind of false process of planning, when all the time at the very end of that planning process, which I'm just going to use the term should have been a specific plan, which came up recently regarding Hilltop, should have been a specific plan. We were given a vision that was never respected, that was published with data about what people didn't support. Basically, people showed up, tried to participate democratically, said, well, let's keep the South Watershed clear for the public. It's a great place for families. Let's develop Winehaven. But no, this big monster plan came out of that. And it's never changed. It's only gotten worse. And you recently saw with the Community Facilities District that came out of the development agreement, where the city's rights were given away. And I know Councilmember Johnson and Bates, you were part of that vote, and I hope you can help us fix that, because it really ties the city's hands. And we found out with potentially $100 million participating in new debt. So I hope we can fix this, and I appreciate the work you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker will be Sally Tobin, and the following 3 speakers after that will be Doria, Jesse Teran, and David Helvar. Sally, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Sally Tobin, Richmond resident. The Point Malate settlement agreement orchestrated by the mayor violated a 2006 court order. The mayor was aware of this order because he wrote to the California Attorney General in 2009 asking for clarification. The Attorney General replied that the city must hold open, fair, and unbiased public discussions of all options for Point Malate before moving ahead with any project. The mayor then violated that order by participating in a closed-door settlement agreement with the casino developer and the tribe. After that, public input about options for Point Malate was limited to the terms and conditions of the settlement agreement. As a result, an inappropriate, high-density, upscale housing development at Point Malate is being forced on the current residents of the city of Richmond, none of whom could afford to live there. The plan for this exclusive development is massively flawed on many fronts and may even require the diverse residents of Richmond to contribute to the cost. Worse yet, those who can afford to live in the development or do business there would be put in charge of the beach park and hiking trails, reducing recreational opportunities for Richmond residents who may well be paying for making the development possible. Where is the social justice in that? Richmond's residents would be far better served by using the land at Point Malate for a public park that would promote recreation, family fun, outdoor activities, training in green jobs, field trips, and environmental and cultural education. Heartfelt thanks to Council members Martinez, Jimenez, Willis, and McLaughlin for their work in this regard.
Thank you. Next speaker is Doria. Doria, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Doria.
Doria, your connection is a little, it's breaking up a little bit. If you want to start over.
Oh, it's okay. Let's see. All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, that's better.
Oh, okay. I'm in agreement with the 5 previous speakers regarding Point Malate and the Sparl et al. Lawsuits. So I too would like to say thank you to the 4 city council members for their courage to insist on finding the truth and not to be intimidated. That's all I really want to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jesse Teran. Jesse, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Okay, hi. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I am one of the unhoused residents on Ryden Road. And I just wanted to put my 2 cents in. For one thing, there has been no connection on the city council meeting website. So this is the first city council meeting I've been able to actually participate in because the link to participation has been taken down. Secondly, the HCEB management has been a complete disaster. They have wasted our money on like the money that was meant to benefit the people living here.
Hey, Jesse, this is, excuse me for a minute. This item's gonna be on the agenda later. It's on the open session agenda. It's item M4. So could you hang around and talk about it then? This is not a closed session item.
Okay, well, with regard to the Point Malate development.
Okay, you can talk about that.
Okay. It seems to me that all of the development sites that could possibly be used, where just an acre or two could be put aside for maybe people who are unhoused. That should be, it wouldn't require it. The environmental impact of such a thing is minimal at best. And it seems like instead of putting aside any land for us to be on, it's all of the land that's available is going to developers. And I don't think that's fair. And I think that since you have the ability to address the homeless problem and you have the land to address the homeless problem, maybe you should put some of it aside to address the homeless problem. Okay, that's all I wanted to say about that. Thank you.
Next speaker is David Helvar. David, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Sure. First, I'd like to respond to the last speaker. I think Point Malate would be a terrible place for homeless housing, just as it's a terrible place for high-end housing. It lacks the infrastructure and access and all the benefits that could come from developing where it's appropriate. Just before the meeting, I looked up Merriam-Webster dictionary definition of a forum. A forum is a public meeting place for public discussion. So our lame duck mayor has a blog, but he's not honest enough to call it a blog. He calls it a forum. And so I'm not surprised, therefore, that he also distorted what led up to and happened on November 30th, when a federal judge denied this temporary restraining order that the failed casino developers' lawyers filed against the city, pretty much to intimidate the council. And it's very similar in a way to SLAP, strategic lawsuits against public participation, which is what corporations and developers use to intimidate, use the law to intimidate environmentalists, civil rights activists, and more recently, elected officials. And I think that there's a victory here that the city council majority is not being intimidated by these kind of tactics. I think the judge's decision helps not just Richmond, but all elected officials who are doing the public's service. And I'd like to thank the council majority for not responding to these kind of sloppy, desperate tactics, but continuing to stand for the public interest here in Richmond. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no more public speakers.
Okay, with that, we are adjourned to closed session.
Hello, Ron.
Hey, how's it going?
Hi. Which item are you on again?
Share screen, let me see, participants.
Do you know which item you're on? Ron, are you still there? Ron?
I'm here, yes.
Yeah, are you on part of the panelists or doing a presentation, or are you just a?
I understood that there would be a chance to make comments on the business tax, the business license tax.
Okay, so you're pretty much an audience member watching and didn't want to speak.
I would like to speak when that is appropriate.
Okay, yeah, we somehow you were brought in as a panelist.
Oh, nice. No, okay.
Zoom accidentally brought you in. Okay, I'm gonna bring you back over there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Richard.
Richard.
And for the audience, I just received word that the council will be beginning a regular session at 6:47. Thank you.
Okay.
Richard,
Yes.
can you let Hector in?
Okay, I gave him the invite.
Thank you.
Danny and Darren Loud, I've been trying to bring you in as a panelist, so look for a display on your screen. Danny and Darren. Nathaniel Bates, I've been trying to bring you in. Nathaniel Bates, please look for the dialog box on your screen.
I'm waiting for a quorum, Madam Clerk.
Okay,
Polly, are you supposed to be part of this meeting or you're attendee watching?
Okay, I see 4 council members. We have a quorum. Welcome everyone to the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Would you call the roll, please, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Bates,
Present.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Present.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez. Councilmember Martinez. Okay. Absent for roll call. Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Willis,
Here.
Mayor Butt.
Here.
And let me just check with Councilmember Martinez. Are you here?
I'm here. They just let me in as a panelist.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you. Would you play the public comment instructional video, please?
Okay. Video.
Due to COVID-19, this meeting will be conducted via Zoom pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Urgency Measure Assembly Bill 361, which suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act. The mayor will call upon council members, staff, and other guest speakers by name. Please speak clearly and state your name before giving comments or remarks. Council members, staff, and guest speakers participating via Zoom with their cameras enabled are reminded that their activities are visible to viewers. Community members participating via Zoom wishing to speak should use the raised hand feature or dial *9 if participating via phone, and the mayor or city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. Community members will have up to 2 minutes to speak, 3 minutes for public hearings. After the speaker's time expires, staff will lower their hand and mute their mic. Community members participating via phone will be called upon to speak by the last 4 digits of their phone number. Public input and participation are of the utmost importance to the City of Richmond City Council. Therefore, it is important for public speakers to be ready to address the council when called upon. Public speakers are requested to state their names and city of residence, but providing such information is voluntary. Written public comments received before and during the meeting in accordance with the COVID-19 public comment guidelines printed on the meeting agenda will be entered into the record and published at the clerk's office webpage. If authors of written correspondence would also like to speak on the item, they should raise their hand when prompted by the mayor, and the city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. A roll call vote will be taken for all action items. The meeting can be seen on KCRT's TV channel and is being streamed on Zoom, YouTube, and kcrt.com. Thank you for participating in a meeting of the City of Richmond City Council.
Debido a COVID-19, esta reunión se llevará a cabo a través de Zoom en conformidad con las provisiones de la medida de urgencia del gobernador de la Ley de la Asamblea 361, que suspende ciertos requisitos de la Ley Brown. El alcalde llamará a los concejales, a los empleados de la ciudad y a otros invitados a hablar por nombre. Por favor, hable claramente y diga su nombre antes de dar su comentario. Se recuerda a los concejales, empleados de la ciudad y otros invitados participando a través de Zoom con sus cámaras encendidas que sus actividades son visibles al público. Miembros de la comunidad participando a través de Zoom que deseen hablar deberían de usar la función levantar la mano, en inglés raise hand, o marcar *9 si están participando por teléfono. El alcalde y la secretaria municipal llamarán a los oradores en el momento apropiado. Miembros de la comunidad tendrán hasta 2 minutos para hablar y 3 minutos para temas de audiencias públicas. Después de que se expire el tiempo de orador, se le bajará la mano y el micrófono será silenciado. Miembros de la comunidad participando por teléfono serán llamados para su turno usando los últimos 4 dígitos de su número de teléfono. Los comentarios y la participación del público son de suma importancia para el Consejo Municipal. Por lo tanto, es importante que los oradores públicos estén listos para dar sus comentarios al Consejo Municipal cuando sean llamados. Se pide que los oradores públicos indiquen sus nombres y ciudad de residencia, pero proveer dicha información es voluntario. Comentarios escritos recibidos antes y durante la reunión, de acuerdo con las reglas designadas para comentario público durante el COVID-19, imprimidos en la agenda de la reunión, serán ingresados en el registro y se publicarán en la página web de la Secretaría Municipal. Si los autores de la correspondencia escrita también desean hablar sobre el tema, deberían levantar la mano cuando sea pedido por el alcalde, y la Secretaría Municipal los llamará en el momento apropiado. Se realizará una votación nominal para todos los puntos de acción. La reunión se podrá ver en el canal de televisión de KCRT y también se transmitirá en Zoom, YouTube y kcrt.com. Gracias por participar en una reunión de Consejo Municipal de la ciudad de Richmond.
Okay, the next item is a statement of conflict of interest. Does anybody have a conflict they want to state? I don't hear, city attorney?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am recusing as city attorney from 2 items on your consent calendar, J16 and J17. Those impact me as an employee. I'm here if there are any questions of me as an employee. But in terms of being a city attorney, Heather McLaughlin has been and will continue to be acting as city attorney on those 2 items.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, next item is agenda review. Any?
Mr. Mayor, please.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, there are 2 items from which you need to recuse. Items also on the consent calendar, J19 and J20. There are 2 legal services agreements, one of which you are a defendant in an action that has been filed by the city. You need to recuse from that item. The other one is an action that has been brought by your adult son on behalf of some private parties against the city, and you are named in the complaint as a witness for the petitioner, or the petitioners in that case. You need to recuse from both of those items under common law conflicts doctrine. And again, they are J19 and J20, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I appreciate your opinion, city attorney, but I disagree and I'm not going to recuse. Any other recusals? Gail, you have a hand up?
I'm sorry, I thought we were heading into agenda review. It was for agenda review.
Well, we were, but the city attorney was continuing to deal with the recusal with conflicts. Okay, so now we're into agenda review. Are there any changes? Go ahead, Councilwoman McLaughlin.
Yes, can I move? I would like to move up M4 to right after M2. Just move it up a little bit. I know M1 and M2 were continued from the 23rd of November, but M4 is important and I want to at least move it up after M2.
Okay. Any other changes to the agenda? I want to remove 4 items from the consent calendar. J17, J18, J19, and J20. Councilmember Jimenez.
I would like to pull J7 from the consent calendar.
Okay, J7. That's okay. J7. Okay, any others? Okay, so the next item would be report from city attorney.
Mr. Mayor, would the city clerk identify the items that we removed?
Okay, go ahead,
Okay.
city clerk.
Yes, items J7, J17, 18, 19, and 20. And then we have moved item M4 directly following M2.
Okay, anything else?
Thank
Okay, next item is report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
Mayor, you skipped item E1.
Oh, E1.
Presentation.
Thank you. I'm just in a hurry to get done tonight. So item E1 is actually my item, and I'm not going to go through and read all the positions, but I urge anybody who's interested in getting involved in city government and getting involved in your community to consider applying for a board or a commission. We always have openings, and it's easy to apply. You can go to the city clerk's website and apply and get an application online. And I might add that with the exception of one commission, the Commission on Aging, there is no age restriction. And as always, I urge young people to consider applying for these boards and commissions. It's a great way to learn about city government and get involved in city government. Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, excuse me, I got confused. I am not pulling J7 from the consent calendar. I'm sorry, I just got confused. I thought that it was, but no.
So you want to rescind your request for J7? Okay.
Yes.
All right, so done. Anyway, I recommend people take a look at this item. The entire, you can click on the agenda item and pull up the whole list and look for something that suits you and looks interesting. And I urge people to take this opportunity to participate in city government. So with that, we'll go to the report from the city attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have 2 items to report out from closed session this evening. The first item is by a 4-3 vote with Mayor Butt, Vice Mayor Johnson, and Councilmember Bates voting no. The City Council approved a motion directing the city attorney to submit a letter to the 9th Circuit Court of Appeals tomorrow, informing the court and all parties that the City of Richmond will not file a brief in Sprawldeaf versus City of Richmond, and stating that the city understands that Giddyville Rancheria and Upstream will file an answer brief in the appeal. In the Sprawldeaf appeal, petitioners Sustainability, Parks, Recycling, and Wildlife Legal Defense Fund, Citizens for East Bay Shore Parks, James Hansen, Tony Sustak, Paul Carmen, and Pamela Stello challenge on appeal the district court's judgment upholding the amended judgment entered in Giddyville Rancheria of California et al. Versus United States of America et al. The second item I have to report out this evening is by a 7-0 vote, so a unanimous vote. The City Council authorized the city manager to sign and return participation agreements and state subdivision agreements for both the Janssen settlement and the distributor settlement by the January 2, 2022 deadline. So the city can participate in the settlement proposed as part of class actions that are part of multi-district litigation number 2804 in the United States District Court in the Northern District of Ohio, entitled In Re National Prescription Opiate Litigation. The litigation seeks to hold the companies responsible for their role in the opioid epidemic. That's all I have to report, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, did you have something?
With respect to the first item, I requested the city attorney to provide each council member a legal liability associated with this action. And I'd like to know if the city attorney could, for the public consumption, read the potential liability that is associated with the Point Mulatty project. Is that permissible, Mr. Mayor and Madam City Attorney?
Well, it's permissible to ask. I doubt if she's going to reply, but certainly you can ask her.
Well, she provided a letter to each council member, but I think the public need to be aware of what the letter contained.
Well,
and I don't want to put it on the agenda, and it's not lengthy letter. She can maybe summarize it and briefly, and we can move on.
Well, I totally agree with you, but this city council and the city attorney are really into secrets and lack of transparency. So I'll join you. I'll join you in asking her for that, but don't hold your breath.
So there are two things that I would say in response. And Councilmember Bates, you are welcome to give public comment if you like, and I can make sure that what you are giving public comment on is something that does not contain analysis or is attorney-client privilege. So I can work with you between now and then to give you that. I am not going to be able to discuss the Point Melati matter in public session because you don't have the item on your agenda other than the closed session. And certainly I can't talk about my assessment of the risk, but if what you're wanting to talk about are claims or at least assertions made by a private party, that's not legal analysis, and that you can give. So I can flag for you what you can say, and if you want to give public comment, you can do that. I am not going to give public comment, and I can't talk about things that aren't on the agenda otherwise. Well,
it was in executive session, Madam City Attorney, and I don't understand if we're discussing a situation in this executive session that is relevant to the potential liability, why that is not a matter that we can share with the general public.
So we cannot share, I cannot share, and none of you can share our discussion of my analysis and the legal team's analysis of claims from closed session or otherwise. But certainly there are, I'm sorry, may I finish?
Well, I just want to wrap it up. So you're suggesting that I place it on the agenda and I discuss it at that time, not now.
Or you can talk during public comment if you like, as long as what you're saying is publicly available comment and not attorney-client privileged information. So I can help you sift through what you like here, council member, and give you what, if you want to talk about what private parties are asserting against the city, that's a matter of public record, and you can certainly talk about that.
Okay.
But my analysis of those claims, you cannot talk about. So I can help you offline, council member, here to sort through what is public and what I gave you and what isn't.
Well, okay. Well, all right. Thank you. So I'll sign up for the public speaking, Madam City Clerk, at the last speaker.
So how are you two going to get together offline between now and public?
I'm not getting off the line. I'm just going to read what I was provided and what all the council members were provided.
Okay.
Now, if the city attorney suggests that I cannot divulge what all of us received, that's not a confidential document. It's just a legal action of the parties filing lawsuit potentially against the city. I don't understand the secrecy of it. If all you individuals talk about transparency, then the public ought to know what our liability potentially may be.
I will reach out. I'm going to reach out separately to council member Bates to understand what he's reading. And if it's public, he can read it. If he can't, I'll help him with sorting out what is and isn't public. Okay.
All right. I agree with you, Councilmember Bates, but transparency is not a strong suite of this city council. Okay. Moving along to report from the city manager.
Good evening, Mayor Butt and members of the City Council, Shasta Curl, Interim City Manager. First, I would like to thank city staff for the work they accomplished this last week. I encourage members of the community to view the City Manager's weekly report. This last week's report was 47 pages detailing all of the amazing work happening across the city. You can find this information on the city's website at www.ci.richmond.ca.us under weekly announcements on the left-hand side of the website. I would also like to provide a brief update on 3 key priorities we're currently working on. Currently, we have 99 positions that Richmond department directors are actively working on filling collaboratively with the Human Resources Department. We will continue to provide updates in the coming weeks on the progress, with the understanding that towards the end of the year, retirements tend to increase. Last week, staff met to develop the framework for an interdepartmental team to support iHeart Richmond. which in sum is a plan to clean up the city. Third, in addition, staff are working to implement Measure U. For the meeting this evening, you received a written report in your agenda packet about the progress to date, and on December 21st, staff will return with a presentation with additional information. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is a abatement report from the Public Works Director.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Joe Leach, Public Works Director. KCRT, if you can bring up the brief presentation, we will fly through the voluminous activity that our staff has been engaged in over the month of November.
Coming.
Outstanding. Thank you. Next slide. Did a neighborhood cleanup, Fairmead and Hilltop on November 6th. You can see some of the equipment that was mobilized. This is where both residents are able to bring some large scale appliances, debris, mattresses and stuff. And we have partners with Republic having dumpsters available to dispose of that material. Next slide, please. Laurel Park also had a neighborhood cleanup at the end of the month after Thanksgiving. You can see some of the results of that effort there. Next slide. Between those two neighborhood cleanups, nearly 32 tons were disposed of, and 58 seniors or disabled were assisted with also mitigate some of the trash and debris they had. Next slide. We also were involved in some illegal dumping, nearly 157 tons citywide. Next slide. As well as abating 11 encampments, and that was a little over 36 tons of debris mitigated. Next slide. So total tonnage between the illegal dumping and the encampments, just under 207 tons. Next slide. We were also engaged in a couple after-hour board ups, and these are where storefronts are damaged due to vandalism or accidents. The police department does contact public works staff, and we go in and secure the facility for the benefit of the property owner. And then after the fact, we actually charge the property owner for that service. Next slide. And some private property abatement. This is where we're Public Works partners with code enforcement to remove nearly 4 tons of debris on private property. Next slide. And then we have graffiti removal around town. 218 tags removed, over 122 locations. Next slide. And some of our partners over the course of the last month, Republic Services in the waste management arena and Sims Metal. And I believe that's the final slide. One more. And with that, I'll field any questions you might have.
Any questions from council members?
I have a question, Mr.
Go
Mayor.
ahead, Councilmember Bates.
I want to compliment the staff. It's obvious that you're trying to do the very best you can. And as you collect all of this garbage, it keeps piling up. You know, you go through it, it's like almost next week as if you never cleaned it up. But you're diligent at it, and I want to thank you for it. I think we ought to pay some recognition to Sims and Republic Service, and what was the other company that were donating some time and services, because they are a supplement to the city. And it just makes sense that we acknowledge and thank them for their efforts and so forth. So I just say, keep up the good work. And I understand that now we're trying to work with Caltrans to provide some assistance. I still see that homeless camp underneath the BART on 23rd Street as you come into City Hall. That seem to be ignored, and that should not be there. That's on private property, or city property, maybe. I'm not sure who owns it. But until you be diligent in getting these camps removed, all it does is encourage other people to come in. If they let one in, oh, maybe they'll let another one in, and all of a sudden another one in, and that's how it spreads all over the city. So I think be diligent and get rid of these camps and get them in the shelters that the county is taking a lot of our money away from up at Hilltop, the Marriott. So get them in these shelters where they're not visible to the general public. Thank you.
Thank you for your supportive words, Councilmember Bates.
Okay, any other comments, questions by council members? Okay, we'll move to the next. Oh, go ahead, Vice Mayor. You have a hand up? Your hand's up. Somebody's hand's up.
It was up by mistake. You got your eagle eye on tonight, Mr. Mayor.
All right, okay. So now we'll move to open forum for public comment.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Open forum is an opportunity for the public to address the council on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. You may also use this time to comment on items G and H on the agenda. If you wish to speak on an item listed on the agenda, for example, item M4, please wait for that item to be called for discussion. And also, I'd like to remind the public to please keep your comments respectful, because this is a closed cap. Well, this is a meeting that is viewed by many, including young people. So thank you very much for that. We're going to call our speakers now. That's for.
Okay, I have 17 speakers at the moment. The first group of speakers will be Guy Corey, B. Fish, Paul Butler, Ron Holthuisen, Richmond firefighters, and Ilana Clark. Guy Corey, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Guy Corey. Measure U will not tax businesses with receipts of $250,000 or less, just the fee of $100. Why aren't property owners included? Instead, we will be taxed at the highest rates within this measure, up to 2.88%. At the very least, receipts up to $250,000 should have a flat fee, and those in excess be taxed at the proposed rates. The 1 to 4 unit provision rule is particularly vexing. If a property exceeds 4 units, its rate increases another 2%, same square footage, same receipts, but a tax nearing 3%. What is this? My understanding is that this rule was to accommodate residential property owners as they are small mom and pop investors. Newsflash, so are many of the commercial and industrial property owners in Richmond. This could in fact incentivize some property owners to reduce the number of units by increasing their size and making fewer units available to small business. Businesses are leaving. That's not theoretical. One of our tenants is relocating to Vacaville and another is on the fence. Their impending tax bill will be the tipping point, and these are the only ones we've heard from. The state and counties send property tax bills to be paid in 2 installments. The Fed and state have an estimated quarterly payment system. As this is one of, if not the largest tax increase in Richmond history, what payment options is the city offering? At some point, all landlords will have to recoup the increases to the cost of doing business, i.e. raising rents. This amounts to double taxes on small businesses still trying to recover. Measure U was pushed quickly through to the ballot with little input from the business community. We were repeatedly assured that once it was passed, it would be reviewed, adjusted, and equitable. That has not happened. This is crunch time. While harvesting some short-term relief from a cash windfall may ease the current crisis, this seems unsustainable. Nearby cities may well be the biggest beneficiaries of Measure U. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. The next speaker will be B Fish. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. B Fish. Okay, I'll move on to Paul Butler. Paul, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Paul Butler.
There we go. No, I had to unmute. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. My name is Paul Butler, and I'm one of many self-storage operators in the city. I have one of the larger self-storage facilities and have owned and operated it for 37 years. My son was the personal manager of our property and business for 17 years until just recently. We have been paying about $400 a year for a business license. And in the review of my IRS 6-digit number, I am confused as to what classification I fall into. Real estate, Class G business and personal services, or Class H, professional, semi-professional. In review of these, my tax increase could range from to $9,000 up to $100,000 a year, depending on the classification I fall into. The $9,000 number is a what is that? It's about a 25 times increase over what I've been paying yearly. And how does a business owner resolve this? I don't mind paying a fair share to support city services, but these percentage increases are not financially viable for a small business. This type of taxation is a de-incentivizer for businesses to stay or even come to Richmond. I understand the Chamber and the COI presented an alternative business license tax, and the city should consider one with less of an impact on it.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ron Holthausen. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. Please unmute yourself. You can go ahead and start.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Ron Holthausen. I'm a business owner, a studio owner in Richmond since 2005. The business tax, I have basically 4 points that I would like to bring up that explain why the implementation of this new business license tax has to be delayed. First, the decision to put the measure on the ballot in November 2020 was based on the agreement that further research into the short-term and long-term economic and social effects would take place before implementation. Second, since the measure passed in November 2020, very limited and insufficient communication has taken place between the stakeholders and the city. The interactions were limited to several Zoom meetings in which the city staff was not able to provide legal and technical details to the stakeholders. Number 3 is the council members that voted to put the measure hastily on the ballot have not been available to meet with the stakeholders to engage in a dialogue. Number 4 is during the last presentation recently by the city staff, it was made clear that the organization that was hired to assist the city staff with the implementation did not have the investigation of the long and short-term economic and social impact of the new business tax in their scope. They were not aware of it. And therefore, the process was flawed and should not proceed as it is. It's just not a finished process, and it will have a tremendous impact on the economic and social fabric of Richmond. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Richmond Firefighters. Please state your name for the record. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. My name is Luis Padilla, President, Richmond Firefighters Local 188. Tonight, I'd like to thank Councilmember Gail McLaughlin for her comments at the November 30th council meeting. Councilmember McLaughlin identified and brought attention to the need for more fire inspectors in the city. Back in 2019, the fire department lost a budgeted fire inspector position, which was turned into a police lieutenant position. Local 188 would like that position back. According to NFPA 1730 report, the city of Richmond is in dire need of fire inspectors. We currently have 2 qualified candidates on a promotional list. Not only are these candidates qualified, but they have valuable institutional knowledge. Institutional knowledge that cannot be taught, but rather earned through experience as firefighters. Local 188 is urging the city not to let this list expire. Instead, promote these firefighters, put them on the streets, protecting our businesses and our residents. I yield my time.
Thank you. And I'll go ahead and try B Fish again. B Fish, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. If you could please unmute yourself, you can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for coming back. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Councilman. Thank you for your time. And on Measure U, I have spoken to many people in business in Richmond, and they are all of the same opinion that they are looking for other places to move should this Measure U pass. I've had a small apartment house, which my wife and I built over 40 years, and we've seen lots of changes in Richmond in 40 years. We've always stayed with the apartment because we had a lot of faith in Richmond. What I have great concern for the city by passing this measure is that it will rebound and hurt the city badly, because once the people are gone, the businesses, the commercial businesses, are not getting any inquiries for new places to open up their business, and the commercial operations feel that their buildings will be vacant because nobody will want to come and do business in Richmond. This will be a very hardship for the residents of Richmond, because they will have to go out to get this kind of service, whether it's in so many different areas. So I urge you to please consider not passing U, as it will have a detriment on the city, and we want the best for this city, not the worst. I thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker will be Ilana Clark, and the following group of speakers will be John Varga, Jesse Teran, Arian Weiner, Jan Mignoni, Mark Wasberg, Steve Mirabito, and Richard Katz. John Varga, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is John Varga, and it is a privilege to speak with you this evening as a representative of the members of Local 21 who serve faithfully and dutifully the City of Richmond. This evening, the Council will be receiving a report regarding the implementation of Measure U. It has been over a year since the Richmond voters passed Measure U, with nearly 80% voting in favor. The measure passed because Richmond voters know that asking big businesses to pay their fair share is the right thing to do. Businesses that make millions of dollars in profits here in Richmond benefit significantly from city services, from infrastructure to administration. For those businesses to claim that they have been left out of the process or will be suddenly or unexpectedly impacted does seem a bit insincere. The Richmond voters overwhelmingly approved Measure U more than a year ago. This has provided ample opportunity for businesses to prepare for its implementation. So it's unfortunate that so much of that time has been spent trying to figure out ways to obstruct or dismantle the process by which the voter-supported Measure U can finally be put into place, and with it, some much-needed revenue for the city. The members of Local 21 hope the city will defend its voters' loudly stated wishes and implement Measure U as they have approved it. It's what's best for the city and its residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Ilana Clark. Ilana, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Ilana Clark. I've been a Richmond resident and housing provider, resident for 20 years, housing provider for about 10. I'm not sure what you guys call progressive. You call yourselves the Richmond Progressive Alliance, but this tax is not progressive when it doesn't tax the largest businesses in Richmond. Kind of a joke. So go back to your dictionary and look up what progressive means, because this is not it. The Richmond rent program saw fit to raise fees on housing providers in the midst of a pandemic. And now the city council is raising fees on everybody. Just as we might be getting out of this pandemic, we hope, in spite of all the hardships that renters and housing providers have endured. The previous speaker was right. Further research is needed. If I remember the conversation between you all previously, this was passed through the city council to the ballot on the understanding that the language could be substantially changed to mitigate the inevitable negative consequences of this measure. I encourage you all to work together to make this doable, viable for our community, and not to hammer us all down and out of Richmond. Please. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jesse Teran. Jesse, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. You could please unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I just wanted to, first of all, I wanted to state that I found, I believe it was Councilman Bates's comment about getting rid of the homeless encampments, just putting them all into shelters, extremely offensive. You know, getting us out of sight of the general public. We are the general public. Okay, we have a right to exist too, and the City of Richmond and Contra Costa County has accepted millions of dollars in state and federal grant money that's supposed to be for our benefit and is not going to our benefit. We have no place to go. A lot of us, there are no shelter spaces. Okay, there are thousands of homeless residents in Richmond, residents, part of the public, and we have no place to go. Don't kick us out of where we're living without giving us a place where we are allowed to live. Okay, the city of Richmond has plenty of surplus land that's available. That's not an NIMBY issue. Okay, give us an acre. You have been paid. You have accepted the money to help us. The shelter spaces that are available are in other cities. If we accept those shelter spaces, then we are no longer Richmond residents and no longer under the Richmond budget. So therefore we fall through the cracks. We're not residents of those cities either. Okay, stop treating us like garbage because we're not. Stop treating us like we have no economic value because we do. You've already accepted millions of dollars for us. The people who aren't millionaires are your responsibility too. You're supposed to look after us too. Stop acting as if we have no value. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Aaron Weiner. Aaron, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, and staff. Excuse me. My name is Aaron Weiner, Board President of the Council of Business and Industries, and these comments are being submitted on behalf of the COI. We are asking the city to postpone implementation of the business license gross receipts tax until an economic impact study has been completed. This will provide for implementation of a more reasonable alternative progressive rate, such as the one recommended by the business groups, and allow continued meetings with businesses and neighborhood councils in order to address these issues and concerns. The progressive tax is unreasonable and higher than any other city in the Bay Area. Whereas it will produce or provide a tax break for small businesses, the new rate structure increases the tax for many businesses from 250% to over 1,500% in some cases. Due to the pandemic, we've seen many businesses in Richmond close and others sold. The impact is real. Now the business community is receiving their business license renewal notices, and our business organizations, as well as the city staff, are being inundated with questions about the financial impact this will have on them. The COI and Chamber of Commerce have presented an alternative progressive tax which will provide the financial support the city is seeking, yet will be less burdensome on the business community. We understand staff is reviewing this alternative, which was based on actual data, 2020 business license renewals, census data, and sales information. In our letter, we have submitted a list of impacts that have yet to be considered as a result of implementing the tax. Have there been any studies done to understand the impact of the costs to residents that shop locally? Will costs of goods increase as a result? Will this tax increase rental and lease fees? Let's not rush into this. The city should conduct a thorough analysis of the impacts before implementing the tax. We are looking forward to continuing this work with the city on this important matter.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jan Mignoni. Jan, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm a little outraged that you people don't understand that you will bankrupt the city very shortly with all of the moves that you're making. You don't want to bring businesses in unless they're businesses that you like. Do you know that the building on at 500 Barrett Avenue is now a church? We don't get anything for churches. You guys are disrespectful to the business community that has been here for hundreds of years. You don't care. I'm just appalled that you want to see the city go bankrupt. You want to see businesses move out quicker than they can, get out of here. And I'm just, I mean, you want to spend money without any end. We just, we gave $500,000 to the consortium, and now Gail wants some more money for the consortium. Think about this. If you don't have an exit plan, you can't keep putting money because there's no money coming in. ARPA money will be gone after next year. You people need to think about things. I know you're not business minded, some of you are not, but you have to understand that the only way a business survives and a city is if they're bringing money into the city more than they're spending out. That's the only way it can work. I understand that people that work for the city haven't had raises in 5 years. They'll never get a raise because they'll get laid off because you're not bringing any money into the city. And, you're just being disrespectful to anybody who works in the city. You all live here, but you don't care what happens to the hundreds of thousands of people that live in this city. You don't care what happens to us. So I really think you need to stop, think, before you move on to do anything else for others. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mark Wasberg. Mark, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
You hear me?
Yes.
For that last speaker, that homeless person, she wants an acre. Why don't you go out and get a job and buy your own acre? The city don't owe you nothing. You're just too lazy to go out and get a job. Now, last meeting on the consent calendar, you had this AIDS thing. Well, we all know that AIDS is a homosexual disease. It's a sexual disease from the homosexuals. It was passing human waste to human waste, going from butthole to butthole. That's why all those homosexuals were dying out in San Francisco. It's the most filthiest thing that a human being could ever do. And the Red Cross banned the homosexuals from giving blood because it was contaminated the blood supply and killing thousands around the world. See, this is what they're doing. And you people over there praising these people over how this queer day and all this other dumb stuff. These people are no lower than animals. That's what they do. They're a bunch of animals. Most of these have these homosexuals eat out of a sewer. Do you realize all that poisons went into their system and destroyed their immune system? This is why they couldn't fight off no disease. See, they almost totally wiped out the planet with this homosexual disease. They was bragging they was having sex in these orgies and these steam baths, and they're over there screwing each other in the ass and giving each other oral sex with shit on their dick. See, this is how filthy these homosexuals are. You don't know how bad our civilization is getting. And this city council has the nerve to have homosexual day, transgender day. I bet some of you go home in the cross dress, huh? Some of you dress up as women, try to put on bras and panties, huh? This is how sick our civilization's getting to be. If you really cared about our world, you'd be condemning these people. Even the Bible says this is abomination.
Time has expired. Next
This is
speaker.
an homophobic speech, and I wish the chair of this meeting will say that.
I would like to also say that those vulgar comments are truly.
Hey guys,
offensive, and the council does not.
we're not
condone
gonna have a dialogue, okay? Just let it go. It's not worth it's not worth it. Just let it go and let's move on.
Next speaker is
The next
Steve
speaker.
Mirabito. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, good evening, Mr. Mayor and Vice Mayor and City Council. My name is Steve Mirabito. My wife and I own a storage business in Point Richmond. I'm speaking this evening regarding Measure U. Specifically, I am totally confused what business class category my business will fall under, as my business category was omitted in the ordinance. Now, we all want the best for the city of Richmond, but please consider the perspective from a private business owner like myself. Do we want, for example, my situation, do we fall under real estate class G or business and personal services class K? Under category G, my taxes will be raised from $380 a year to $1,800. That's a 473% increase from what I'm currently paying. Under class K, okay, my taxes would go from $380 to $29,000. That's 7,600% increase in taxes in 1 year. Now, I have no problem paying a fair share to support city services and help the city, but these percentage increases are not financially viable for myself, my business, or the city of Richmond. For example, my business will drop by more than $500,000 in value. Many other businesses will face that same prospect and will be adversely impacted by business loan covenants that nobody's ever talked about. But there are business loan covenants that if your property value drops or your business value drops, you know what? That loan will be recalled. Then what happens? The business goes out and we've got an empty storefront. This business tax change is not viable. What will happen? There's going to be more implementation of automation, cutting.
Expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Richard Katz, and the following group of speakers after that will be Lisa Johnson, Rob Leitner, Naomi Williams, Tarnell Abbott, Gonzalo, James Lee, Mike Parker, Ben Terrio, and Ernest Lumpa. Richard Katz, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Oh, hi. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, so I would like to just, my name is Richard Katz. I'd just like to make sure that the members of the council and the mayor are aware that on Western Drive, that the city, meaning you, through your city manager, gave away 1,500 square feet of city land, our land, to a private homeowner. Just gave it away. The homeowner has sold that land. And the question is, what did we as citizens of Richmond get? What did we get? And as far as I can tell, we got nothing. Now, it's not too late for the city to unwind the agreement whereby the land was given to this private owner. As far as I know, the city got nothing, nobody got nothing for it. And I have a sneaking suspicion that somewhere, somebody must have gotten something. And I hope that the members of the city council will look into it and figure out who got what. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I am once again requesting that this council please respect the public and either return to in-person meetings or adopt a hybrid model where council members and essential staff attend in person and the rest in the community by Zoom. There have been numerous Brown Act violations by this council and a refusal from the city attorney's office to correctly rectify them. As such, I informed the city attorney's office last week that I will be filing a formal request for an investigation by the DA office and grand jury, as well as notifying the State Bar Association. There is no assurance to the public that closed sessions are actually closed, since even during public session, we routinely see council members on their phone and speaking to people in their rooms. Secondly, I'm requesting that the council delay implementation of the gross receipts business tax until a proper impact study is completed. In December of last year, the council shockingly stated that they didn't realize that the tax actually made Berkeley's flat tax the floor for Richmond's progressive business tax. As such, the council stated they wanted to review the proposed tax rates, but said this action should wait until the new council members were in place in January. Here we are 1 year later, and the city council has failed to even review, let alone respectfully address these rates. Many businesses are still trying to recover from the pandemic, and they will now be hit with a tax that is so egregious that Richmond will have a difficult time both retaining as well as attracting new businesses. The city is in desperate need of revenue and good jobs, and yet the RPA council members are doing everything to destroy our businesses, critically needed development, and sources of revenue and jobs. Lastly, once again, Councilmember McLaughlin is changing the agenda to suit her agenda at the expense of everyone else in the city. Since RPD is finally on the agenda to give an update on the impacts of the defunding that the RPA 5 council members did, Gail once again disrespected not only our acting police chief, but every resident and business in Richmond by moving his item to the end of the agenda in the hopes that it won't be heard. We deserve so much better.
Thank you. Next speaker is Rob Leitner. Rob, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. So I'm Rob Leitner with East Brother Beer Company. I'd like to express my concerns about Measure U and the new level of business taxes that are being implemented in Richmond. I understand the law has been passed, but I also understand there's a little bit of flexibility still. COVID and the pandemic have been very hard on small business, and it's not over. Our revenues are down, and now we're getting hit with supply chain cost increases like never before. Many municipalities are working hard to offer relief to small business instead of raising their taxes. I urge the City Council to consider the alternative tax structure submitted by the Council of Industry and the Chamber of Commerce, which will be less burdensome on small business and provide more income to the City of Richmond than originally anticipated. We love Richmond. We love operating our business here. And of course, we wish to contribute to the city coffers, which we've been doing since we opened so that residents can be served. This new tax structure will increase our burden by at least 400%, and many other businesses are going to go up way more than that. Please don't make it harder than it already is. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Naomi Williams. Naomi, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Mayor, City Council, City Clerk, it is now 7:46. Weren't we supposed to start our redistricting meeting at 7 o'clock? And everything else was supposed to stop and wait until we finished? Or did I hear that wrong? That's the question. I need an answer. Mayor?
I don't have an answer.
Mayor, may I answer the question? This is the clerk. May I answer the question, Mayor?
I said I don't have an answer. If you have
Okay.
one, go ahead. Go
Okay,
ahead.
the redistricting public hearing is not scheduled until January 18th, followed by another public hearing in February, the February 1st meeting.
Oh, I thought I heard we were gonna have one tonight.
And when we have those meetings, they will start at 7.
Okay. Now, as far as I'm concerned, we're talking about other things. We're forgetting that we, as a neighbor or a district, have no representative. We don't have anywhere to go to warn our people what's going on and nobody to report it to. So what do we do in the meantime? That's it. I'm finished.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tarnell Abbott. Tarnell, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Tarnell?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Colonel Abbott, Richmond resident. I do not often agree with Councilmember Bates, but the last week's meeting, I have to say he nailed it when he said you can hire as many managers as you want, but if you don't hire the people who are doing the work on the ground, it's really not going to make any difference. And in terms of the library, it's open a pitiful number of hours. You absolutely have got to hire a librarian. We do have a qualified candidate, an African-American male librarian, which is a pretty rare bird. And he's a great person. And I would really urge you to honor his service of many years in a paraprofessional position as a library assistant at the Richmond Public Library, who went on to library school and is a graduate with an MLIS degree. You need not only a librarian, but you need library assistants, and you need clerks, and you need pages, and you need a full service library if you want to honor the people of the city of Richmond who deserve a full service library. Other than that, I hope that people of Richmond understand that the judge threw out the attempt by the Point Melotti developers to try to force council to go to court. And she said there was no merit, and it was unnecessary, and tell the truth. And so thank you, council members.
Thank you. Next speaker is Gonzalo. Gonzalo, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. You guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Good evening. My name is Gonzalo Ochoa. I'm president of the 23rd Street Merchants Association, and as a business owner of Richmond, I think implementing right now the business licenses gross received, I think it's a little bit mistake. And one thing that is coming from my heart, it's just, I know about 19 businesses, they living out of Richmond. And I don't think it's right to chase them out. Instead of chase them out, why don't we help them to stay in Richmond? You guys implementing this, it's kind of kicking us out of Richmond. And it's not right. I mean, you guys need to do better than that. I think you guys, there is ways to make more money, and you guys need to learn how to deal with it. How to deal with this little thing that you guys get into. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is James Lee. James, you'll have 2 minutes. You can go ahead and start.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council. My name is James Lee. I'm the CEO of Richmond Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber currently represents about 300 businesses here in Richmond. We understand the city needs funding, and most of the businesses is willing to support that. But this new tax raise is substantially unreasonable. Here are some of the examples of how much tax that'll be raised in our local businesses here. For example, we have family-owned lighting businesses who's currently paying about $2,600 a year, will increase to $18,600. We have lumber company who's been here in Richmond for 60 years, who are currently paying $2,700, will increase to $120,000 tax increase. We have bakers who are going to increase to $70,000 a year increase. We understand the city needs funding, and we want to work together. COI and the Chamber have presented alternative progressive tax, which will provide the financial support, but not enough research and data has been done to see the impact that this will have in our city. We want our cities to thrive. We want our businesses to thrive. Please reconsider postponing this implementation so that we have enough data to support how we as a business collectively can come together to support our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mike Parker. Mike, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. First on Measure U. Over 10 years ago when Measure T was passed, it reduced taxes on almost all the businesses in Richmond in order to try to get support for a higher tax for Chevron. So business taxes started very low and they were a very regressive tax. They were a tax on employment, not on size of business and profits. So of course, now that we're putting in a progressive tax, which is taxing how much business a company does rather than how many people it employs, there are going to be some companies which are going to go up substantially. We should expect that. That's what the purpose of a progressive tax is to tax the very wealthy companies and to make it possible for the smaller companies to do well. I want to turn now to Mayor Butt's unremitting campaign against the RPA. He actually put out a newsletter blaming the disrepair of traffic signals in Richmond on the RPA. One, was RPA responsible for the lack of hiring at the low levels in order to do the work? No, actually, RPA council members pressed very hard for hiring to be done on the ground and to postpone the reorganization at the top. We want more people working on doing the job, and the money was made available. Did RPA ever oppose requests for money for materials for the traffic lights? Of course not. There's no case of that. And finally, Mayor Butt goes on and actually blames the RPA for the fact that some of the materials that came to fix the traffic lights did not work. Now, Butt's charges that the RPA is responsible for all these problems in Richmond is just simply ludicrous. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ernest Lompa, and the following group of speakers after that is Lamar Bell, Oscar Garcia, Garland Ellis, Judy Daubert, and Ben Terrio. Ernest Lompa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. You please mute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you guys very much for creating the Zoom meeting and getting us all together tonight. I know you guys are all up against a lot of difficulties in today's world, and we sure don't need all the negative backfeed from person to person and all the negativity, but I'm a third generation Richmond person. I was the third generation to be born at Richmond Hospital. We love Richmond in our family. My father has been very good in managing many properties and helping people start businesses in the city of Richmond, including myself. My business is in the old Toys R Us building in the Target Shopping Center. We've been in the city of Richmond with online bindery for 31 years. Our current property, or current business license is $2,000 a year. Approximately, your new Measure U will take us to approximately $24,000 per year. That's going from $167 a month to $2,000 a month for this. I believe that this is just not smart. I think you guys are all way smarter than this. And I mean, there's just so many things I could say. We just don't have enough time to talk here, but I'm 100% behind what James Lee said earlier. I would think that we need to have way more discussion about this before this is implemented. We're actually strongly considering moving our business out of Richmond for various reasons. I mean, if you guys tax us and we have golden roads and there's no potholes and the city is a wonderful place, I'm all for paying the taxes to make it that way. But I've been here for 54 years and I've never seen anything go good. We need to get it better. If you want to tax more, we got to see the results of the taxes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lamar Bell. Lamar, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, my name is Lamar Bell. I represent Costco Wholesale in Richmond. We have 465 employees. and our current tax rate is $19,000. I know that we represent big business, but our tax rate would go from $19,000 to $704,000 if we are under grocery. And if we're under retail, it'll be $1.125 million in taxes. That's over 5.7% of our profits. And we are currently considering opening up a Richmond 2, which is, our current business is a $367 million business. And I think that those plans would be changed based upon the fact that the tax rate would be so much more than other options. We are disproportionately affected by the fact that we are low discount sales, and we don't make a lot of profits on everything that we sell. I just wanted to represent that, and we love working in Richmond, and I want to keep it positive as well. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate you listening to me.
Thank you. Next speaker is Oscar Garcia. Oscar, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, good evening. My name is Oscar Garcia. I live in the Iron Triangle, lifelong resident of the city. And I'm very concerned about the implementation of Measure U. Hearing about a lot of businesses in shock about how much their business tax is going to increase. And further complicating that is hearing that council members are equally shocked by how much these taxes are increasing. So it seems to me that we need to go back to the drawing board and reevaluate what we're rolling out to our businesses. Is this fair? Is this the right timing? Is this good for Richmond? And really figure out how we can support these businesses that are still trying to get or survive post-pandemic, and not hurt them, but instead help them in any way we can. So I really would like to request that we do what we can to reevaluate and go back to the drawing board for Measure U. I also would like to request that the city adequately address the encampment at Castro, and also the sideshows that continue to be happening a lot in the Iron Triangle. We keep getting burdened here near the Iron Triangle and in the Iron Triangle with things that should be addressed more effectively by the city council. Why do we have to have the encampment near us? Why don't the city council members have them in their neighborhoods? They certainly didn't vote for them when they had the opportunity. And I think we all know why. We need to do the right thing and address this issue
Time has
immediately.
expired. Thank you. Next speaker is Garland Ellis. Garland, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, my name is Garland Ellis, resident of Richmond. Hello, Mayor and City Council. Measure U is a travesty. Every time you turn around, the city of Richmond is wanting to raise the taxes on every single thing that they can get away with. Now you want to raise taxes on businesses. Everybody knows that businesses took a big hit during COVID-19. Many of them are struggling to recoup and to rebuild. Richmond already has a bad reputation for business. We don't see very many businesses wanting to come here. And yet, if a business is willing to come to Richmond and invest money to improve our area, why would they want to if they're going to get taxed at a much higher rate than the neighboring cities? People complain about the businesses that are not in Richmond. Maybe we need to look at the policies that the city of Richmond is creating that pushes them away. It's supposed to be a city of pride and purpose. Every time you put forth a resolution, we should ask, what is the purpose? Is it to improve things in Richmond or make it worse? The other thing the business people ought to be asking too is, if you're going to increase their taxes, are you going to increase their police protection? Theft is rising in the Bay Area. You've decreased the police. What are the businesses going to do when they get hit more by theft? Are you going to hire more police to help the businesses from all this money that you're going to take in? I doubt it.
Time has expired. Thank you. Next speaker is Ben Terrio. Ben, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Ben?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Ben Terrio, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association. Basically, I'd like to speak to council tonight and talk about interim appointments to positions that we have in the city. We all know we have a problem hiring staff, keeping staff, etc. And part of that problem is directly related to not having a permanent person in the human resources department. That's a significant problem. What we need is someone who is not an interim, not someone who lives in the Eastern Standard Time Zone on the other side of the United States, someone who can actually work on these issues day to day with staff, and because the HR department is the key portion to making that happen. We don't have that right now in our current interim, whose time is about to expire, and because they're a PERS annuitant. We need someone in place that's here. And this isn't the fault of the current city manager, so I'm not laying at her feet. But going forward, that has to be a priority. If you want to address all these staffing issues, you have to have a functioning human resources department. We don't have that. Ask any other union rep or city staff person where the holdup is. That's where it's at. Or ask people inside the human resources department. They'll tell you the same thing. So please work on getting this critical position filled. That's the solution to a lot of our problems in staffing. And it's a good step in the right direction. Thank you.
Yeah. Next speaker is Councilmember Bates. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. After consulting with the city attorney, I think I'm safe to say that there are 4 litigations that are related to the Point Melody. Obviously, the Sprawl Group, the cost thus far is attorney fees of $235,000, which is $250,000. Then we have a North Coast Alliance Group, which is a legal fees of filing a lawsuit against the city. But the key thing is the Goodyville and the upstream. There's a lawsuit that amounts to $750,000, $1 million. That's quite significant. And who knows what SunCal and Winehaven will be filing a lawsuit in terms of their amounts. So the public need to be aware that there are serious litigations and there are serious potential liabilities of this city losing these tremendous sums of money. So let me move to the business tax. I cannot agree, but agree with all of the speakers. Lee from the chamber. I mean, this business tax is devastating. It hits the small businesses, which is the blood and life of communities. They provide jobs, they provide revenue. And I like for the city staff to look at the survey and find out how many empty buildings we got out there, and you'd be surprised. And when I hear Costco, 400 some employees, they're one of the largest taxpayers in this city. What do you want to do? Run them out of town like you're doing a lot of other businesses? It's insane. And this project need to go back and have the people that are affected, not those that are not affected, to have input in terms of decision of what this measure you should look like. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's my comments.
Thank you. There are no more public speakers.
Okay, I'm gonna exercise my privilege of responding to a speaker who attacked me. I believe it was Mike Parker who took issue with the proposal that the RPA city council members are not responsible, or took issue with the proposal that RPA city council members were responsible for things like traffic lights not working. And I just want to say that's totally inaccurate. You know, the RPA city council members constitute a 4-member majority on the city council. They always vote in a block. And I got to say, with total control comes total responsibility. So whatever problems are in the city right now, they own them, and they can't get out from under them. And they've got to take responsibility for what they can control. Thank you. That brings us to the consent calendar. And maybe you could remind us one more time, Madam Clerk, what items have been taken off.
Yes, items J 17, 18, 19, and 20 have been removed from the consent calendar for discussion at the end of the agenda.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So move.
Okay, motion by Johnson.
Second.
Okay, second by Willis.
Willis, yes.
Okay, so do a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Okay, and that brings us to item K1. Would you read that, please?
Pursuant to public notice, this is a public hearing. Item K1 is to adopt a resolution denying the appeal and affirming the Planning Commission's conditional approval of a conditional use permit and design review to construct a single-family residence on a vacant parcel located within the Shoreline Overlay District at 357 Western Avenue.
The staff report, please.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Butt. Let me share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, and then Hector, are you on? Okay, so Hector Lopez will be giving the presentation this evening, Mayor.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. This is Hector Lopez, Richmond City Planning Department. On November 18, 2020, the Design Review Board held a public hearing to consider a recommendation on the design review to the Planning Commission of a new residence located at 357 Western Drive. The residence is a 2,340 square foot, 2-story structure consisting of 3 bedroom, 3 bathroom, and a 440 square foot 2-car garage to be constructed on a 6,000 square foot vacant parcel. The board unanimously voted 7-0 to not recommend approval of the proposed design to the Planning Commission. On September 16, 2021, the Planning Commission held a public hearing and voted to continue the item to make certain modifications to the design to address concerns raised in public comments. On October 7 to 21, the Planning Commission conditionally approved a conditional use permit and design review for the construction of the single family. On October 18, 2021, an appeal was filed of the Planning Commission's conditional approval. The site is basically located within the RL1, single family, very low density residential and Shoreline Overlay District. The Planning Commission approval was subject to several changes. The key design changes requested by Planning Commission were the design of the roof to be modified to decrease the slope of the roof and or ceiling height to reduce the overall height. The metal roofing material be coated to ensure it is not reflective. And the third condition was that a green wall or landscaping be incorporated on the north elevation to reduce the massing and bulk on the building. The changes were incorporated and conditioned and the Planning Commission's conditional approval of the conditional use permit and design review. The next slide shows the original design review approved by the board. It has basically a steep roof, which is basically a butterfly roof, and a deck in the rear. The next slide, please. Next slide. That's the revised design approved by the Planning Commission, which reduced the pitch of the roof so that the building is reduced in height, and the deck in the rear was eliminated. Those were the changes in the design. Standard of review of appeal. The City Council may affirm, modify, or reverse the original decision. The City Council will review whether the underlying decision is supported by substantial evidence and or constitute an abuse of discretion. The appellate body's review is limited to the issues raised in the petition of the appeal. Next, please. Next slide. The summary of key issues in the appeal and with staff responses. Number one, the design issues raised by DRB were not adequately addressed in the revision or conditions of approval. Many of the changes originally requested by the board were actually eventually incorporated into the design, which was basically approved by the Planning Commission, including the removal of the roof deck. Number two, the question is the legality and appropriateness of the Planning Commission asking the applicant to consult a DRB subcommittee versus the full board of proposed modifications. When project requires design review and a conditional use permit, the design review board's action is in the form of a recommendation to the Planning Commission. In this case, the DRB voted to recommend denial of the proposed design to the Planning Commission based on the applicant's desire to not make design changes to the project. Following the DRB's recommendation to the Planning Commission, the applicant agreed to make additional changes requested by the Planning Commission to address concerns and comments raised during the public hearing. Recommended actions: call a public hearing and adopt a resolution denying the appeal and affirming the Planning Commission's conditional approval of the conditional use permit and design review to construct a single family on a vacant lot within the shoreline district located at 357 Western Drive. Any questions or comments?
Any questions from council members? I had one question. Why did this have to go to the Planning Commission?
The site is located in the overlay district, which requires a conditional use permit.
Okay. Okay, any other questions from council members? So this is a public hearing, and I will now open the public hearing, and we will have a presentation first of all from the appellant, and then we'll have an opportunity for the applicant to respond, and then we'll take additional public speakers. Councilmember Bates, you have a question?
Yeah, I was curious as to what was the staff's recommendation prior to going to the commission?
Staff's recommendation was to modify the project to lower the pitch of the roof. That way the height of the building will go down, basically. That's one of the recommendations that was made.
Was the height blocking other residents' view or anything?
Yes, the tenant is residence is located across the street, and it's basically he had raised the issue that the height basically blocks the view of his home.
Councilor Martinez, did you have a question before we go into the public hearing?
Not a question, but a request. Would it be possible to have the drawings visible so that we can see what they're talking about? Thank you.
There you go.
Appreciate it.
Okay, now we'll proceed with the public hearing, and we'll begin with the appellant making a presentation. And I believe, remind me, City Clerk, how much time they have?
8 minutes.
8 minutes?
8 minutes each. And then 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay. But each party gets 8 minutes, right?
The appellant gets 8 minutes, and then the applicant also gets 8 minutes.
Oh, 10 minutes.
Then
okay.
8 minutes. And then they get 2 minutes rebuttal each.
That's at the end of, after the public
Right.
speakers, right? Okay, so let's start with the appellant, and you're on.
Excellent. Hi, my name's Claire Arbor, and I live with my husband, Simon Weiner, across the street from the proposed development at 357 Western Drive. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. Let me start by saying that we know that this issue has absorbed a lot of city time, and we're sensitive to the resources being spent on one property. We also recognize that the city faces complex issues when approving the construction of new housing, including public interest, public health and safety, and potential city revenue. When the applicant was looking to buy the vacant lot across the street, we were the first to welcome him, and we offered to work with him in his pursuit to build here. We understand that the development of this lot will happen, and we would welcome the addition of a structure that matches the character and fits the landscape of the neighborhood. Fair process and due process protections were not met in this case, and so we're appealing the October 7th decision of the Planning Commission to approve construction of a new dwelling at 357 Western Drive. The basis of our appeal includes the following 3 points. Substantive design issues could not be addressed due to the late submission of the applicant's plans and inadequate interpretation of the shoreline overlay district. The Planning Commission approval is invalid due to violations of both the Brown Act and due process. And we believe that there is a de facto moratorium on sewer hookups on Western Drive that includes this property. The conditions of reduced massing, non-reflective surfaces, and acceptable vegetation that the Planning Commission laid out for their conditional approval were not clearly met at the time of the October 11th meeting due to the applicant's late submission of his plans. As a result, the commissioners relied heavily on verbal presentation and a drawing shared by the applicant via Zoom without the commissioners or city staff having the chance to review the written revisions submitted by the applicant. Approval of plans without reviewable drawings is unacceptable. In addition, the Planning Commission is responsible for enforcing the shoreline overlay district, but it appears that there isn't a thorough understanding of the ordinance by the city commissioners. The ordinance states that development shall be sited, designed, and undertaken so that it is harmonious with the character of the site and the surrounding environmental setting to the maximum extent feasible, and that buildings and landscaping in shoreline areas shall be oriented and located such that they preserve public views of the bay from public rights of way. And visual access to the bay and scenic vistas of water and distinct shorelines shall be protected, and the Planning Commission may impose reasonable conditions of approval to ensure that this object is met. Due to the confusion about how to enforce the ordinance, the commissioners discussed it as though it is a subjective requirement and therefore difficult, if not impossible, to enforce. As residents of the neighborhood, the idea of building a house that is harmonious with the character of the site and the surrounding environmental setting to the maximum extent feasible does not feel confusing. It requires development that follows the contour and the slope of the land and visual public access to the bay for the hundreds of walkers who use our neighborhood to escape the density of the city. It's not surprising to us that the applicant doesn't understand the character of the neighborhood because he never actually got to know the neighborhood. He didn't discuss his plans openly with his neighbors, and he never took meaningful feedback from the community. In fact, he has seldom spent time on his property in order to understand the flow of walkers and bicyclists or the aesthetic character of the landscape. Our second item, according to our attorney, the Planning Commission and Design Review Board are separate deliberative bodies under the City of Richmond Municipal Code. The Planning Commission cannot set up a subcommittee of the Design Review Board. They don't have this authority. All deliberations of the DRB have to be properly noticed and conducted in public per the Brown Act. In seeking to approve the project, the Planning Commission overstepped their authority and called upon a subset of the DRB to work with the applicant at the applicant's request. Any business conducted in such a meeting is invalid and cannot be used to approve of a project. The subject of the DRB provided an active and significant role in advising the Planning Commission, and on September 16th, the applicant reported that the DRB supported his plans and approved of the changes. This is not true, and it is a procedural due process violation, as the DRB had already acted on November 18th, 2020, with 7 architects recommending denial of the applicant's project. Case law in Nightlife Partners versus the City of Beverly Hills, 2003, finds that due process requires a fair and unbiased decision to be made, and this cannot be achieved via a subset of the DRB. The hierarchy of the Planning Commission relative to the DRB was muddled in this application in violation of procedural due process precedent. As a result, the Planning Commission decision is invalid, and we ask that the approval be overturned. The remedy is for the applicant to be directed to return to the full Design Review Board. In regards to the sewer issue, the present sewer system is known to be inadequate and to pose significant public health and welfare issues to the citizens of Richmond. The City Council met on this issue on September 28th, 2021, and it was stated in that meeting that despite there being several undeveloped properties along the shoreline in Richmond that could offer tax revenue to the city, no further sewer hookups should be permitted in the area of 357 Western Drive. Both Mayor Butt and Public Works Director Joe Leach said that there is a de facto moratorium on new sewer hookups along Western Drive. The approval by the Planning Commission includes the following statement. A requirement for approval is the demonstration that the proposed development is, quote, adequately served by sewer and other public facilities and services. The Planning Commission is required to make a finding that the property is served by all necessary utilities. It cannot currently make that finding about 357 Western Drive because the property is not served by a sanitary sewer system with adequate capacity for additional discharge from new construction. I myself am an avid swimmer, and I often swim parallel to that very sewer line. And I also know that on warm days, Keller Beach and the local parks are packed with Richmond residents who seek relief from the heat of the city at our shared shoreline beaches. The leaking sewer line is depositing untreated sewage into our bay, risking the health of our local community via these pathogens, making the shoreline unsafe for public recreation. Allowing further sewer hookups under the current conditions is short-sighted and, from a health perspective, unconscionable. In conclusion, the requirements of the city's shoreline overlay district ordinance were not met because the development is not harmonious with the site, does not follow the contour of the land, and does not protect public visual access to the bay and the shoreline. The late submittal of the applicant's plans did not allow the commissioners and city staff to effectively evaluate the proposal. Due to violations of the Brown Act and due process, the Planning Commission's approval is invalid and should be overturned. The remedy is for the applicant to be directed to the full Design Review Board. The present sewer is known to be inadequate and poses significant health and welfare issues to the citizens of Richmond. Until this situation is remedied, no new sewer connections can be sanctioned. That concludes our presentation. Thank you for your time, and we're happy to answer any questions that you might have. Mayor, but I think you're muted.
Okay, thank you. We need to move on to the applicant's.
I had a question, Mr. Mayor,
Okay, go ahead.
to the applicant, not the applicant, to the challenger. Are you saying that the inability to hook up to the sewer line poses a serious problem?
We believe that it does. We believe that the inability to connect to the sewer line should make this an impossible plan to approve, because in order to build here, you have to be able to connect to the utilities and the sewer line.
Well, other homes are already connected to the sewer.
Conditional.
What's the difficulty in this gentleman, this couple or applicant, hooking up to the same sewer line that the rest of the residents are hooked up to?
So my understanding is that that the Public Works Director has said that the current sewer line actually is problematic for all of us as residents who are, whether it's new construction or the residents who are already hooked up to the sewer, and that we will be required to pump our sewage over the hill to a different junction. And so it is a problem for all of us. It's just a question of whether we're adding new adding new input. Certainly we're going to have to retrofit however we can once that ordinance comes down.
Okay, the last question, I'm trying to figure the location. Western Drive is the last street going south toward the bay. Am I correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So you're in the vicinity of the Knox's family.
That's right. We're just around the corner from the Knox house.
Okay. All right. I see the map now, so that's very clear. So thank you very much.
So I think it's probably worth, because it's gonna be a point of contention. I think it's worthwhile pausing for a minute and asking somebody from Public Works to tell us what's going on with the sewer moratorium. I recall the last time we discussed this, we were told that no more hookups to that line that runs along the beach would be allowed, and that at some point they would come forward with a moratorium. So Mr. Public Works Director, where are we on that? Can this house hook up to the sewer line that runs along the beach or not?
So good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Just to give you an update on the moratorium, we will be bringing an emergency ordinance before you at the 21st meeting, December 21st. We have been working with both legal counsel and planning and building department staff, where certain residences or developments that were in the queue prior to the formal adoption of the ordinance, we've felt like it was important to continue to moving in that direction. But both the moratorium and the acceptance of an assessment report on the Keller Beach line will be presented to you for adoption and acceptance at the December 21st meeting.
So what you're saying is that despite the need for that moratorium and the fact that it's coming up in a week, that because this application predates the presumed adoption of the moratorium, that they can in fact hook up to the Keller Beach line. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay, let's go now to, if no more questions by city council members, let's go to the applicant's presentation.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor and fellow council members. As the applicant for the project in question, I support the denial of this appeal. Lena and her staff have worked tirelessly to ensure the planning process was flawless. This project has been deliberated on for 2 years, over 12 meetings for a modest single-family home. The Point Richmond Land Use Design Review Board supported the project. The Point Richmond Neighborhood Council approved the project. By majority vote, voted on by all my neighbors. The design review board eventually agreed with the design, and the planning commission finally approved it unanimously. This appeal was submitted by a disgruntled neighbor. I ask the council to deny this appeal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, do we have other speakers, Madam Clerk?
Well,
it looks like
I'd like to get a clarification, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
May I get a clarification? The appellant indicates that there was not communication amongst her neighbors, and now the applicant indicates that he was approved by the Point Richmond Neighborhood Council and others in the community. Can you elaborate on that? There's some discrepancy here that need to be cleared up.
Are you asking me, the applicant?
I'm asking you, the applicant.
Sure, yeah. So, you know, it's part of the process to go through the neighborhood council. And so that's what I did. And that included discussions with the neighbors. So we actually had 2 meetings where we all sat together, and one was before COVID, where we actually sat in a room. And even before that, I met with this appellant in his house to go over my drawings. So we have had many discussions. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, any more questions? So do we have other speakers, Madam Clerk?
yes, we have 2 speakers.
Okay, I think we're supposed to take them on alternate pro and con. So with 2, it doesn't make any difference. So just go ahead and call it.
Okay.
Yeah.
They'll get 3 minutes to speak.
Okay. I have John Livingston and Ron Elson. John Livingston, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor Butt and fellow council members. My name is Jonathan Livingston. I'm speaking as a citizen of Richmond. I am supportive. I'm supporting the appeal at 357 Western for this reason. And its fairness and due process for all. A critical part of our review is public comment. 99% of the applicants are amenable to the board's comments and suggestions and respect the city and its citizens. In the case of 357 Western, the applicant wanted nothing to do with the DRB process. He interrupted us in mid-deliberation and wanted an up or down vote on the spot. The DRB voted unanimously in denial, upholding the intent of the Richmond Municipal Code. So check this hypothetical out here. Suppose the Point Melati project gets approved and the developer starts to draw plans for the housing. And suppose they come to the DRB and we look at the design standards that we all worked hard on developing and notice that the plans do not conform, and the board collectively thinks that the plans are so bad that we deny the application. Suppose then that the applicant then moves to the planning commission and the planning commission somehow wants to approve it. A few months later, it gets conditionally approved, essentially doing an end run around the approved process that is established under Article 15 of the Richmond Municipal Code. Imagine if our decision to deny was based on hundreds of public comments. My point is this: we have an established process of review that's based upon due process and fairness. In the case before you tonight, due process and fairness have been overlooked. This loophole is so small that no one ever noticed it. But as soon as the public found out that all their testimony was for nothing at the design review board, they knew something was wrong. Don't let this continue. Please be mindful of the precedent that might be established here for others to exploit in the future. An applicant found his way around the public that I do think was the intent of the city council. Please affirm the appeal and send this application back to the design review board where it should be finalized and approved as the law intends. Many in the public have faith in the rule of law, make them proud, and uphold fairness and due process for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ron Elson. Ron, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Ron Elson. I was one of the signers of the appeal. Since then, I've moved from Western Drive, so tonight I'm speaking only as a community member. I have no personal agenda. I do want to urge you to refer the proposal back to Design Review Board and to the city staff. You council members are obviously addressing hugely important issues, as we heard tonight. This is a small issue, but it does reflect, as you've just heard, some important principles. How do we treat each other and what procedures do we follow? A couple of on-the-spot responses to Mr. Lopez's report tonight. It's narrowly correct, but it misses several key points. The Planning Commission, when it met recently, approved on a narrow reinterpretation of required changes, which had not been approved by either DRB or city staff. In fact, at the meeting, the city staff repeatedly said that they had not seen the most recent proposal, which was the one that was under review at the Planning Commission. They didn't see the plans, they didn't see the drawings, they relied on a single slide that was shared through Zoom by the applicant's architect. That's not the right way to do this. One thought about the views. It's not about the views of the property owners across the street. Like many others, I've enjoyed walking down Casey Drive for years and the spectacular clear view of the bay. So it's a little bit limited to talk only about the views from the properties across the street. So at its core, people deserve and want homes, but this is not the right house for the space. It's not the right space for the house, not as it's currently proposed, not by the process so far. Three major issues. In contrast to what the applicant said, major substantive issues remain that have not been addressed since the DRB reviewed it and unanimously rejected it. City staff in their review in April also raised major substantive concerns and required modifications, which remain unaddressed. So the version of the proposal approved by the Planning Commission had not been seen nor reviewed by city staff, DRB, or the commissioners. The city relies on following the right procedures to get expert review and guidance at every level: architectural through DRB, community through open public hearings and discussion, and complex other considerations through the Planning Commission. Each has a vital and different expertise and basis for evaluation. Each is essential. This procedure wasn't followed, and the result is wrong, and it can be corrected. Conclusion: I support the building of a house on the property, not this house and not in this way. I understand it's the end of the year. It's been a long process. Everyone wants to move on. It can be moved on, just properly. The proposal should first be properly vetted by city staff and full DRB. Then it can be fast-tracked and an appropriate design can sail through. I urge you to refer it back to DRB for an ultimate approval. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no more public speakers.
Okay, so we now allow 2 minutes for the appellant to make any kind of rebuttal they want to make.
Thank you. I'd like to point out that the neighborhood council is a group of people within the neighborhood, and to pass the neighborhood council with your plans does not include a vote by all neighbors, as was represented by the applicant. Furthermore, the neighborhood council doesn't know about the shoreline overlay district, and it is not in their purview to review it or to make any kind of ruling on it. So the discussion of how this house fits in with the neighborhood was a discussion that is introduced much later in the plans than a few neighborhood folks volunteering their time to review plans and move them on to the design review board. The design review board is a group of trained architects who are experts in their field. Asking the Planning Commission to do the job of architects is a bad idea in general. And there were many, many comments throughout the process where the commissioners were saying things like, I'm not an architect. What am I looking at with these plans? I can't really read these plans. It feels very important that the people trained in their field get to review the plans. The applicant's representation that the design review board was overwhelmingly in support of his plans from beginning to end, or at any point really, is just an inaccurate statement. So on that note, I would say that I really urge the city to listen to the public comment. You know, we have been engaged in this process from day one, and the tone of it has shifted over time because the representation of what's happening has shifted over time. Thank you very much.
Okay, would the applicant like to respond? You have 2 minutes.
Sure, yeah. Thank you. So I still don't know what we're talking about. Are we talking about my sewer? I mean, like, my roof? I don't know. We've gone through this process. I went back to the design review board through the planning commission, and shame on you, Chair Livingston, for showing up. I mean, you're friends with the appellant. You guys go sailing together. This is why I urged, put her on mute. I urged a vote during design review board because I had no chance knowing that John Livingston, this official of the city, knows the appellant and neighbors in the surrounding area. He has been the architect for a 4,000 square foot house with a hot tub on the roof. And he's got a problem with my little baby house. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about taxes in Richmond. We're talking about people sleeping on the streets. We've got big issues, and I got to worry about my neighbor across the street, who's really, what this is all about is that they're losing a bit of view of the water. This is insane. We're spending so much time, 2 years, 12 meetings, because these people are selfish and entitled, and then they enlist other people. And John Livingston, shame on you. Shame on you so much. You're terrible. Thank you.
Okay, the public hearing is now closed. Are there any questions from council members? Any final questions? Any comments before we entertain a motion? Councilmember Martinez? You're muted.
Yeah, there seems to be a lot of craziness in this issue where I think that Mr. Livingston should have recused himself in the process, since he knows people who are involved in this. But at the same time, I find it objectionable that we're entertaining putting in a sewer line when we know that it will be problematic in the future. I mean, you know, if we discovered a problem before a process is finished, we can't just ignore the problem because we started before it. It needs to be addressed. So if there's going to be a moratorium because there's issues with sewer lines, then we need to address that. We can't just ignore it. I also believe that buildings can be something beautiful to look at. So in this case, it's a question of whether or not this building is something that fits into the neighborhood. I haven't been there. I don't know. But it's something that I should have done due diligence on and gone there and looked at the site before I entertained a vote on this. To me, it seems like it's something that needs to go back and be reviewed without Mr. Livingston being part of the process.
Any other council members have comments? I don't see any. I need a motion. Vice Mayor Johnson.
Yeah, I was just wondering if our staff member, Ms. Lopez, can pull back up that recommendation, because it just kind of flew past that. And I just wanted to get staff, see what staff's recommendation was on this issue again.
I went back and met with the DRB.
Thank you. We're going to speak with staff at this moment. I appreciate your testimony. I know that there's a lot of big emotions around this. I'm trying to evaluate this from an organizational perspective. Thank you. Mr. Lopez, this is the recommendation that you're suggesting.
Correct. Correct. It's adopt the resolution denying the appeal.
You still have your hand up, Councilor Martinez, or you? You're also muted.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot to lower my hand, but when we have these denying appeals and the appeal is to deny, is that correct?
Correct.
So you know, these double negatives are hard to wrap your head around. You know, so let me state it again so I understand it, and you understand that I understand it. So denying this appeal is denying the denying the appeal is denying the rejection of
Denying the appeal is approving the project.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
That help?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Bates and then Willis.
I just wanted to get some clarification. Did the Point Richmond Neighborhood Council to staff approve the project or not approve the project? On the conditions, it was approved.
They don't approve the project. They recommended approval of the project.
I can't hear you. Speak into the mic. I can't hear you.
Okay, all right. The neighborhood council recommended approval of the project to the design review, and the design review denied the project.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Can you hear?
It sounds like he said that the neighborhood council recommended approval, but the DRB denied it.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. I heard you perfectly.
Okay, did you get your question answered, Councilmember Bates?
Yeah, the last question to staff. It still deals with the sewer. Are we doing a moratorium on constructions? And if we proceed with the approval of this project, what he's just, this individual just in the loop with everybody else in Point Richmond area that has to pump in a different direction. What is the status of that? I don't understand how we can continue to allow construction, and at the same time, we know we have a serious problem. There's going to be eventually a lien on a fee on all of the homeowners there if we want to go and connect that sewer, reconstruct it like it's going out in the bay currently. And we need some clarification of what is the situation.
So Councilmember Bates, I did speak to Public Works Director Joe Leach earlier. So we're still working on crafting the language of the moratorium. But one of the provisions within the anticipated provisions of the moratorium is to allow alternative means of connection to the city sewer. So we do have capacity at the plant to accept additional discharge. So there could be other ways of connecting. While they can't connect potentially to the Keller Beach line, there could be additional routing that they may need to do, and the applicant will have to consider the cost associated with those alternative connections. So we're still working with the legal team on looking at how the moratorium will impact projects in progress, projects that were recently approved. But we do anticipate that there will be alternative connection options.
Let me ask one last question, Mr. Mayor. Are there other homes in the immediate vicinity that are affected in the similar way this gentleman is affected that we're going to have to be dealing with down the road? Vacant lands and properties that are in a position to be developed?
Yes. There are projects that have been approved for new construction, so they're currently in the queue for building permits. And there are also projects for new construction that are under review.
So You got an idea how many units we're looking at?
I would say right now there's probably 3 to 4 that have either been recently approved or are under review. And then there's some parcel maps that have been recently approved that we have not seen development applications for. But I think in general, there's a little bit over 20 vacant lots that could be affected.
All right, thank you.
So I'm confused now. I thought I heard Mr. Leach say that this particular property would be allowed to connect to the Keller Beach line because their application predated the moratorium. Now I'm hearing you say that there may be alternate requirements. So which one is it?
Thank you for clarifying, Mr. Mayor. Yes, it's Ms. Velasco is correct. We're working with legal staff to confirm timing and precedents in which applicants had their applications in versus the moratorium and the appropriateness of connecting to the Keller Beach line.
So that's still an open issue then.
Correct.
Okay. Councilmember Willis.
Okay, yeah. Why, can you restate why the design review board denied the project initially? Like, what was their justification?
So they were unable to make certain findings, and generally around compatibility with surrounding structures. And so at the time, several recommendations of design changes were made. The applicant, as you heard, chose not to make any changes at the time. And so the recommendation was forwarded to the Planning Commission. A lot of the public comments that were heard at the Design Review Board meeting were also shared at the Planning Commission meeting. And so the Planning Commission attempted to address those public comments through design changes. So in their approval, at the time, the applicant did agree to additional changes to their design, which they've incorporated now into the project approval.
Okay. All right. And back to the design review board. I know you don't probably have it in front of you, but can you remember or recall what those specific design changes that the applicant wasn't able to make that made the design review board not approve the project?
Yeah, there was a roof deck. There was issues and concerns about privacy resulting from that 3rd floor roof deck.
Can I stop you real quick? Was the roof deck a part of the applicant's, or was that something the design review board was requesting?
It was part of the applicant's design.
Okay, continue, sorry.
Which was later removed. There was a desire there was mixed opinions from the DRB whether to eliminate the shed roof and convert it to a flat roof. But ultimately, what the Planning Commission ended up approving was reducing the slope of the roof so that the overall height would be lessened. And Hector, do you recall what some of the other additional design changes were that the DRB wanted?
Yeah, the roofing material, basically they have a metal roof and they wanted to make sure it's not a reflective roofing material. Also changes in the landscaping. So those were all, and basically that's what they were.
Okay. And I guess just going back to the two other questions, and then I may have a motion that I want to put forward. In terms of like the public comment at the Planning Commission, was it folks that were absolutely against the project? Were they just wanting specific designs to it before it went forward, or folks supportive? Like, what was the general sense during that Planning Commission meeting?
Well, the general they basically, all the comments that were received were reference to the design and to bring the project back to the design review board, basically for a final decision. They felt that most of the comments were concerning the fact that it affected the view from the street to the bay, and they try to direct the applicant to redesign and take it back to the design review for final approval.
And I guess the main thing, thank you for that, Mr. Lopez. And I guess the main thing, honestly, that is giving me pause is we're working on a moratorium for sewers and attaching new sewer lines. And what's bothering me about this is the ambiguity on, like, is the applicant going to have to actually find an alternative sewer connection, or how is that sewer connection going to happen? So I guess if there's any way to enlighten me more on how it's appropriate to make a sewer connection, or how that's going to go down, and is it possible to hold this over until we figure out what legal says about our moratorium and the proposed ways to go about making those new connections? Because kind of seems a bit counterintuitive to say we can't connect something and then we can't connect something and then we don't know if this person can connect over here or somewhere else. That's part is bothering me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Heather or Teresa, can you answer the question about maybe continuing the item to the next meeting where we have some additional response to Councilmember Willis's concern?
I'm going to ask James to jump in, who is handling this appeal for our office.
So yeah, we can, if
I don't know. If
the council members elect to continue the item, we can continue as.
Wait, could you repeat that, James? I don't know if everybody else had the same stutter, but as soon as you talked, it froze on my end. I'm sorry.
No problem. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. So the question is whether the council can elect to continue the item until you get more information in?
Yeah, about this, about mainly the sewer issue part of it, because that's the part that's really bugging me.
Yes, if staff is able to come back, for example, on the 21st, we can continue the appeal until then.
All right, is that enough time? Is that enough time for staff, or do you feel like and I'm sorry to the applicant and everything, but is the 21st actually enough time, or do you feel like maybe the first meeting in January would be a good time to actually have more robust information about that?
I would say the first meeting on January, just to make sure.
Because I'd be amenable to continuing it to the first meeting in January, so we have more facts than we do assumptions. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You want to make that a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to continue this item to the first meeting in January so staff can come back with additional information based on the conversation we had today.
Okay, is there a second?
I have a question that's to the motion.
Oh, okay.
If we make.
Let me see if I got a second, if you're going to talk to the motion.
Second.
Okay, got a second from Johnson. Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Martinez.
Okay, so if we make this, if we approve this motion, does that mean that the conditional permit is not enacted until after the until we either approve or disapprove?
That's correct.
Okay. So then that means that the project stops where it is now. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Bates, you got a hand up?
Oh, no, I was.
Okay.
I'm
Councilor
sorry. Let me get my hand down.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, would that mean that at the meeting in January, we would not, that the public hearing aspect or the public comment aspect is closed, or would you be opening that up again?
No, it's closed.
Okay.
Vice Mayor.
I most definitely support continuing it to find out more information around the sewer pieces, which is why I seconded the motion. And I won't get into too many specifics, namely because it's not on the agenda tonight, but I would like at some point, because this whole story is oddly familiar. And so I am asking staff to look into this idea of people being referred to work with the DRB subcommittee when they're supposed to work with the entire review board, steering to certain architecture firms and other issues surrounding personal design preferences. This is not the first time that these comments have been said in regards to our design review board. And I'm just, I'm asking staff to look into the validity of these statements. First time, maybe a rumor. Second time, we need to start really checking what's going on, because it seems like, two different people from two different sides of the earth are saying the same thing about the same board. Maybe something there. And I just want to make sure that we're not creating unnecessary barriers in the city of Richmond, especially in our permit approval process, which has already been deemed one of the most difficult.
Okay, well, let's take a vote on this. So Madam Clerk, call roll, please.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Okay, that brings us to L1. Would you read that, please?
Item L1 under ordinances is to introduce an ordinance for first reading, amending chapter 9.20 of the Richmond Municipal Code entitled Solid Waste in order to be compliant with the state law Senate Bill 1383, short-lived climate pollutants.
Good evening, Mayor Butt and members of the City Council. This evening, we are introducing an ordinance amendment to the Richmond Municipal Code, Chapter 9.20, entitled Solid Waste, in order to comply with state law, Senate Bill SB 1383, short-lived climate pollutants. Governor Brown signed this bill into law to reduce methane emissions and to provide targets for statewide efforts to reduce emissions of short-lived climate pollutants in various sectors of California's economy. SB 1383 delegated regulatory authority to the California Department of Resources, Recycling and Recovery, also known as CalRecycle, and has worked to develop regulations necessary to achieve the statewide goals of SB 1383. Jurisdictions are required by SB 1383 to adopt an ordinance or enforceable mechanism requiring compliance with various SB 1383 requirements. With that, I will pass it over to Samantha Carr, the city's environmental manager, to take it from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Shasa. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Samantha Carr, and I am the environmental manager in the City Manager's Office, Economic Development, Environmental and Health Initiatives Division. We are also joined this evening by Rose Radford, project manager at R3 Consulting Group, who is here to assist with answering any SB 1383 questions. As Shasa mentioned earlier, this evening we are introducing an ordinance amending the Richmond Municipal Code Chapter 9.20 entitled Solid Waste in order to comply with state law, Senate Bill 1383, short-lived climate pollutants. Background on solid waste collection and disposal in Richmond is that Richmond is a member agency of Recycle More, also known as the West Contra Costa Integrated Waste Management Authority. Solid waste in Richmond is managed by two agreements. The first is the Solid Waste Collection Agreement, which is overseen by the City of Richmond. And the second agreement is the Solid Waste Post-Collection Agreement, which is overseen by Recycle More. Both agreements are with the Solid Waste Hauler for Public Services. SB 1383, short-lived climate pollutants, was signed into law by Governor Brown in September 2016. It established methane emission reduction targets in a statewide effort to reduce emissions of short-lived climate pollutants in various sectors of California's economy. Example of short-lived climate pollutants include methane and hydrofluorocarbons. Methane emissions from decomposition of organic waste in landfills are a significant source of greenhouse gas emissions, also referred to as GHG emissions, contributing to global climate change. SB 1383 establishes targets to reduce the statewide disposal of organics by 50% by 2020 and 75% by 2025, and requires that not less than 20% of edible food that is currently disposed be recovered for human consumption by 2025. This law also builds upon previous state recycling laws such as AB 341, AB 1826, and AB 27. In addition, the implementation of SB 1383 will support the direction and implementation of numerous City of Richmond policies and plans, including the Climate Action Plan and General Plan 2030. Another potential benefit to decreasing solid waste and diverting recyclables and organic materials from the garbage is the reduction of garbage bills in most cases. Ordinance amendment proposed are to comply with state law SB 1383. The law requires jurisdictions to adopt an ordinance or enforceable mechanism requiring compliance with the various SB 1383 requirements. In addition, we also updated the ordinance for formatting edits, such as utilizing correct definitions and uniform capitalizations. Overall, SB 1383 requirements can be divided into 6 categories. One being providing organic collection services to all, establishing an edible food recovery program, education and outreach, compliance and enforcement, capacity planning, which will mostly be a county item, and then procurement of recyclable and recovered organic products. This procurement item is a requirement for the city and will be included in the environmental preferred purchasing policy. I will do my best to quickly go through the updates in the ordinance required by SB 1383. Besides the updates that we did to the definitions in the ordinance, all generators are required to separate organics and recyclables from trash, as well as subscribe to recycling and organic waste services unless they qualify for a waiver or follow the self-hauling guidelines. Businesses are required to make indoor recycling and organic collection containers available to customers for any materials generated in self-serve areas. In addition, the jurisdiction must monitor contamination in curbside bins and provide notification if contamination is found. Self-haulers are required to take organic materials to facilities that recover, source separated organic waste and recyclables to facilities that cover recyclable materials, as well as keep a record of the amount of organic waste diverted. For edible food recovery requirements, commercial edible food generators are required to recover surplus edible food, keep records, and have a contract in place with food recovery organizations or services to accept surplus edible food. Tier 1 donors will be required to start this on January 1st, 2022. Some examples of Tier 1 business types include large grocery stores, supermarkets, food distributors, and wholesale food vendors. Tier 2 donors will be required to start this January 1st, 2024. Some examples of Tier 2 business types include restaurants, large events, or venues. Food recovery organizations are required to track and maintain records of food donations. In addition, the jurisdiction is required to identify Tier 1 and Tier 2 commercial edible food generators within Richmond and monitor them for compliance. For outreach and education, businesses are required to inspect containers for contamination and inform employees if contamination exists. Businesses and multifamily residential dwellings are required to provide information to employees and tenants about proper sorting of organic waste and recyclable materials annually, and when new employees or tenants move in as well. And when new employees or tenants move in. In addition, they must post signs indicating what materials belong in which containers. In addition, the jurisdiction is required to provide annual education and outreach to all organic waste generators, commercial edible food generators, and self-haulers about the relevant requirements, as well as provide educational material to non-complying entities. Lastly, enforcement action will be required to start January 1, 2024. In the meantime, starting January 1st, 2022, the jurisdiction is required to start monitoring compliance, and maintain an SB 1383 implementation record. Timeline for SB 1383 implementation is by January 1st, 2022. Jurisdictions are required to have an ordinance or enforceable mechanism in place. For all of 2022 and 2023, the focus will be on educating generators. The regulations allow for 2 years for education and compliance. The goal is to make sure everyone has an opportunity to comply before enforcement starts and violations are given. On January 1st, 2024, jurisdictions will take enforcement action against those who are not in compliance. The goal is early and robust education in order to minimize the amount of future enforcement action needed and violations given. Over the next several months, city staff members will continue to collaborate with the necessary agencies and departments to implement the provisions of SB 1383 within the prescribed deadlines. This includes a memorandum of understanding between Recycle More and the city to designate certain SB 1383 roles and responsibilities, and updating the city's environmental preferable purchasing policy, EPP, as needed. To conclude, staff's recommendation is to introduce the ordinance amending the Richmond Municipal Code Chapter 9.20 entitled Solid Waste in order to comply with State Law Senate Bill 1383, short-lived climate pollutants. That concludes the presentation, and we are happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Are there any questions from council members? Councilmember Bates, do you have a hand up? You're muted. Councilmember Bates.
Oh, I don't have a question, but I wanted to indicate to the council as president, as the chairman of the West County Integrated Board, we have 3 members on there. Councilmember McLaughlin, Councilmember Willis, and myself that represent Richmond. And unfortunately, this is a mandate. We have no choice. We're going to have to comply and move forward with this recommendation. So unless the other board members who maybe want to have some comment, that's my final analysis of what we've got to do. Thank you.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, I just want to concur with that. I am on the board as well, and I want to thank Samantha and Shasa, our city manager, Shasa Curl, and environmental manager, Samantha Carr, because they've both been so helpful in analyzing this aspect of our Recycle More discussions and other aspects of what we discuss at Recycle More. So I want to thank you for all your analysis and help, and look forward to continuing to serve Richmond and with your assistance. So thank you.
Okay, any other questions from council members? Do we have any speakers, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we do. We have 2 speakers.
Okay, go ahead and call them.
Okay, I have Mark Wasberg and Jesse Turan. I'll go ahead and start with Mark Wasberg. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, you hear me?
Yes.
You know, I recycled 1 year. I lived at that Richmond High dumpster. I lived at that Richmond High dumpster almost for a year. You hear me?
We hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, something's wrong with the fucking phone, man. Yeah, I lived at that Richmond High dumpster almost for a year. And I tell you, I mean, you can recycle just about anything you want. But the food, after the people eat the food, you cannot recycle that stuff. Because I was raking out $40 a night. And I tell you, I was smelling like a dumpster, but I had a bucket full of green. I mean, and the way things are going now, I mean, you're gonna have to recycle. You're gonna have to recycle, you know, because like I say, we're running out of stuff to dig out of the ground. So you know, I'm all for to recycle anything we can, But if you think you're gonna recycle the food after people eat, forget it. It ain't gonna happen. I mean, just look at your garbage can at home. You think people are gonna start digging in there and start recycling that stuff? I don't think so. I had the car wash, I had the colleges, I had the Richmond High dumpster. I was raking out between $300 to $400 a week, cash money. But I tell you how, with sun up, sundown. But like I say, I'm all for recycling. If you guys are gonna do it, if you could find a way to recycle all that garbage, fine, no problem. Because actually, the cities ain't gonna do it anyway, because it's gonna go straight to to the city dump. It's up to the city dump to go ahead and to recycle all that stuff. But I tell you, man, if you want to go ahead and make some money, just find yourself a dumpster.
Time has expired. Next speaker is Jesse Teran. Jesse, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Okay, everyone can hear me, I hope.
Yes.
There is a device, it's a gadget. It's called a biodigester. And there's one that's made by Home Biogas is the name of the company. It takes all organic waste, any sort of organic waste, including human waste, if that's what you're into, but any kind of food waste, and it turns it into fuel for heating and cooking. And the only byproduct is nutrient-rich soil. And they make these large enough for communities. I suggest, this is just a suggestion, that the city council might want to do some research into these home biogas biodigesters. They're very reasonably priced. NASA is using them. They're putting them on Mars. So they have a contract with NASA. They're in use all around the world. And I think that could help not only with this SB 1383, but it might also help you with your problem in terms of the sewers. If you wanted to look into it, because that's what this company does. Okay, just a suggestion, and I thought I'd put it out there. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have one more speaker, Hakeem Johnson. Hakeem, you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Mr. Mayor, just a quick, I would like for that last speaker to provide her name and information to the city clerk. This is something that we can pass on to our staff to review and see if it can be implemented. If she would be kind enough to do that. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know how to get in touch with the city clerk, but I would be happy to. I've done a lot of research on this.
Well, you can call me if you like.
Okay, and you are?
510-235-7044, Nat Bates.
Okay, will do.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Hakeem Johnson. Hakeem, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. Please unmute yourself and go ahead and start. Hakeem Johnson.
I'm sorry, that was an accident.
Okay, go ahead and start.
No, I'm not here to speak on this. I'm
Oh,
sorry,
okay.
I accidentally hit the button.
Okay, thank you. No more public speakers.
Okay, do we have a motion?
I move the item,
I'll second it.
Motion by Bates. Who's the second?
Seconded.
Second by McLaughlin. Would you call the roll, please, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
excuse me, Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Okay, let's see. M4 after M2. Okay, we're down to M1. Would you read that one, please?
Yes, item M1 under council as a whole. is to receive a report from the chair and the investigator from the Community Police Review Commission.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Mr. Mayor and fellow council members. My name is Randy Joseph. I am the chair of the Community Police Review Commission, and I'm going to give a presentation. Can I get the PowerPoint put up for me? Is anybody there from KCR TV? Thank you. No, that's not it.
Yeah, we didn't get it, sir. I'm sorry.
I sent it earlier. Well, I can share it from my screen. Give me 1 second, please.
Thank you.
Sorry, give me 1 second. There we go. I'll start it off. I'd like to let you know that we are all a volunteer part of the commission. We are appointed by the mayor. We are all residents of Richmond, and we all do many walks of life and come many different places. I'd like to give thanks to Yuni Garcia, who's also the vice chair, and our other commissioners who's been working hard and diligently every month and throughout this whole process to be part of our CPRC and the hard work that they do to make sure that we try to continue the mission at hand, what the CPRC stands for. Overview for this presentation, we're going to give you an overview of what does the Community Police Reviews Commission and what does it do. I'll give you an update on our investigations, updates and findings, and then needs and solutions for the CPRC. So what is the CPRC? The CPRC is an independent investigative body established to provide community oversight of the Richmond Police Department, promote positive relations between Richmond Police Department and the community, advise the city council, city manager, and chief of police on all matters pertaining to the administration of the Richmond Police Department. And to note that the CPRC is not part of the Richmond Police Department. We are our own separate commission that flies outside of the Richmond Police Department. The CPRC was established in 1984 to respond to complaints on policing practices at the time. Its purpose is to provide civilian oversight of the Richmond Police Department and also their policies as well as complaints. And the CPRC is governed by Chapter 3.54 of the Richmond Municipal Code. What do? We receive, investigate, and hear complaints against Richmond police officers as alleging the use of excessive or unnecessary force, discrimination, sexual harassment, and or sexual assault by a Richmond police officer, and we submit recommendations to the chief of police. We also investigate whenever a Richmond police officer fires a gun at a person. We also handle appeals from decisions made by the Office of Professional Accountability, and they review and evaluate the policies, practices, and procedures used by RPD and are contained in the Richmond Police Department manual and make recommendations to the police chief. We also develop programs and outreach strategies to promote positive police community relations. Commissioners are also invited to observe, participate in various police department function and training exercises. They also periodically ride along with police officers. Commissioners attend city functions such as fairs and festivals to perform community outreach and publicize the existence of the CPRC. The CPRC meets monthly on the first Wednesday of the month, except August. The meetings are open to everyone. Meetings start at 7 p.m. and typically last around 2 hours. The meetings are currently being held on Zoom due to the city ordinance about public meetings. And agendas for the meetings are published 72 hours in advance and are posted outside the city council chambers. And agenda minutes also available online. And then the website is below. In addition to any CPR business that we may have, meetings include an open forum, a chance for members of the audience, members of the community to address the commission about issues. We hear a report from the city council liaison, which is Councilmember Jimenez. We hear a report from the chief of police. We hear a report from the Richmond Police Officers Association's president. We also hear a report from the Richmond Police Managers Association president. If confidential CPR business is to be discussed, the commission moves into closed session. The CPRC ordinance has had several different changes over the last year. The causes of death or bodily injury requiring hospitalization over 72 hours caused by a Richmond police officer are automatically referred to the CPRC for investigation, even if a complaint has not been filed. The name was changed. It was formerly the Citizens Police Review Commission. We now go by the Community Police Review Commission. The CPRC is now able to release a public summary of our cases after a verdict has been reached. Previously, all case information was confidential. The scope of cases we're able to investigate now include cases alleging any type of discrimination, not just racial, and complaints alleging sexual harassment or sexual assault by Richmond police officers. And we also investigate any time an on-duty Richmond police officer fires a gun at a person, even if no one was injured. Anybody who believes that they've been subject to excessive or unnecessary force, discrimination, sexual harassment, and or sexual assault by a Richmond police officer may file a written complaint by the CPRC. Complaint forms are available at City Hall in the 3rd floor lobby of the city clerk's office or online. If you get a form online, it needs to be printed and mailed to the city clerk's office for it to be signed and checked in by the city clerk. A complaint must be filed no later than 120 days from the date of the incident giving rise to the complaint. The CPRC may consider complaints filed late if they decide they were late for a good reason. And there's a website below where you want to go and get an application for complaints and investigations. What happens when you turn in a complaint? A copy of each complaint filed with the commission is immediately forwarded to the members of the commission, the investigative officer, the chief of police. The commission decides if a given complaint will be investigated because not all complaints fall under CPRC scope. We're limited by the complaints that I told you earlier about sexual assault, excessive force, or racist acts. Complaints that fall under the purview of the CPRC are investigated by our city council hired investigator, Jerry 3. And you'll hear from him shortly. The city council appoints, hires an investigative officer who performs investigations for the Community Police Review Commission and prepares an investigative report. The investigative officer has a legal background. The investigative officer conducts an investigation in a fair, objective, impartial, and ethical manner. The investigative officer produces a public summary of his investigation. Pursuant to California Penal Sections 832.5 and 832.7, some information must remain confidential. The investigation officer investigates complaints as soon as possible. Investigations can be extensive, may include interviews with witnesses and police officers, reviews of police reports and records, reviews of videos, and any other available evidence. At the conclusion of the investigation officer submits his findings and recommendations to the commission. Upon receipt of the investigation report, the commission may direct the investigation officer to investigate the complaint further, or if satisfied with the report, hold a hearing in closed session. Once the commission has voted, its findings and recommendations concerning the complaint are forwarded to the chief of police based upon the investigative officer's report, or it may conduct a hearing on the complaint where witnesses may be subpoenaed. I'm going to pass this part off to our investigative officer, Jerry 3. If he's here.
Thank you. My name's Jerry 3. I'm the investigative and appeals officer for the CPRC, and I've been working part-time in this position since January 2020. When I came into the position, it was been vacant for about 2 years, and there was a backlog of 13 investigations that had not been completed. Several of those were complex officer-involved deaths and custody cases, which took some time to investigate. I received the complete records for the first investigation I undertook in March of 2020. So it's been about 20 months since I began fully investigating complaints and other incidents covered by the ordinance, and I've completed 17 separate investigations with 7 investigations still pending. I think that the materials that you received with your agenda packet showed 16 completed, but last week the commission made findings on 1 additional complaint, which brings the total to 17. So I'm just going to summarize some data on the completed investigations for you. 6 of the completed investigations involve complex officer-involved deaths in custody, which take considerable time to complete. All new complaints have been kept current while working through the older backlog of investigations. The current backlog includes 4 cases, all from 2018, and 1 of those will be complete by next month, which will leave 3 in the backlog. There are also 2 new cases that were filed recently, 1 a complaint and 1 appeal from a determination made by the Office of Professional Accountability. Before I get into some more explanation, I'll take a moment to explain some terms I'll be using. So a finding of sustained in an investigation means the commission found by clear and convincing evidence that there was a violation of law and or policy by the police officer. A finding of not sustained means that the commission was unable to reach a result based on the evidence. A finding of exonerated means that the evidence showed that the act happened but was consistent with policy and law. And a finding of unfounded means there's no evidence to support the allegations that were filed. So of the 17 completed investigations, 6 involved officer-involved deaths in custody. 2 of these investigations resulted in a finding of sustained against an officer for unreasonable use of deadly force. 2 resulted in a finding of not sustained, and 2 resulted in a finding of exonerated. There were 7 completed investigations involving allegations of excessive force that did not involve a death of a person. 1 of those cases resulted in a finding of sustained. 1 had a finding of not sustained. 2 had a finding of exonerated, and 1 had a finding of unfounded. There has been 1 completed investigation that involved allegations of racially abusive treatment by an officer, which resulted in a finding of exonerated. And there were 3 complaints involving issues that are not within the authority of the CPRC to adjudicate. So those were dismissed with a letter to the complainant explaining why. And that is my report on the investigations.
And then here's included as a chart of the investigations as Mr. Fleet was talking about in order. Anything else you'd like to add, Mr. Fleet?
No, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Once you go ahead and finish your report, and then we'll have questions.
All right, thank you. So the last thing I wanted to talk about tonight was current challenges facing the CPRC. The first one is that required documents, communication, and materials for commissioners to review are often late or not received at all. Commissioners have not been receiving agendas in a timely manner. Minutes of meetings have not been transcribed or been able to be seen in over a year. Communications from CPRC, such as letters to the chief of police on our investigations and letters of complaints, have not been seen in months, if not years. The CPRC website has not been updated in over a year. It currently has incorrect information listed. Note this issue is currently being addressed as of now, but there's been issues going on for a long time. The bottom line is CPRC need more staff support in order to address these issues. So recommended solutions to support the CPRC. So in addition to a part-time staff person should be dedicated to addressing the backlog of letters, meeting minutes, and public summaries. A welcome packet for new commissioners would be nice, including a tour of Richmond Police Department so they can get an idea of what they're doing and who they're helping and what they're seeing. And then better communication, including emailing of chair and vice chair of RPD events in the city, and also just regular communication between us and the commissioners. There's been a lot of just missed things out the way, stuff that's not been completed due to the fact that we have city staff that is overly worked, that treat us secondary because they have other projects put in front of them that they have to take care of. So we get put to the back burner, and the stuff that we have to do does not get completed, or we do not get communicated about, and then we get blamed if the stuff does not get communicated to us. And that has been very frustrating throughout my whole process of being part of the CPRC and other people who've been part of the CPRC for longer. And that ends my presentation, and I will stop my share.
Okay, do we have questions from council members? Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you, Randy and Jerry, for the presentation. I'm glad that you were able to present tonight. There are some things that you mentioned that have been we are trying to address, like the website, but also there are some regulations or like the CPRC ordinance that will need to be outdated because it has been some issue with that. So we will be working on that. And thank you, Carol, one of the commissioners who is taking the time to work with staff to doing that. I have some questions. One of my questions is, I think I will have 4 questions. Just one is around the investigation. Jerry, you put some things that are they didn't have any results, and I know that you mentioned that it was 2 years ago that the city, the commission didn't have an investigator. So what happened with these ones that are in blank, that don't have any results?
Those investigations have not been completed, so the reports have not been presented to the commission, and there are no findings. Just to give you an idea of how things have been prioritized, there is a statute of limitations on any discipline for officers for misconduct that runs for a year unless there's some extraordinary circumstance that extends it. So the complaints that were from 2018 were left until the end, and as long as there was something newer that needed to be addressed. So the last investigations, I believe, 4 of them are from 2018, and 2 of them will be complete next month. And then the other 2 that remain outstanding were filed recently.
Yeah, but I remember that you mentioned that they were like a investigation that were not able to be investigated because it passed the statute of limitation. That is right?
Because of what? I'm sorry, I didn't understand the last
because
part.
it just it passed because the statute of limitation, so it passed the time and it could not be investigated.
No, all of them are investigated regardless of whether the statute has passed, but there wouldn't be an opportunity for ones that are too old for any discipline to be imposed because there's only a certain amount of time to do that in. But the commission will still consider the investigation and make findings, but there won't be a consequence for those.
Okay.
And there were 3 that were not fully investigated because they were outside of the authority of the commission. They involve things like, one person wanted to appeal a decision on a towing, and the commission just doesn't, deal with those kind of things.
So my other question and my second question is, how much power does the CPRC have to enforce recommendation for disciplinary action? What happens if the police chief and city manager disagree with the CPRC recommendation?
I can answer that. Then it goes to the city council, and the city council has final say.
So how much power does the CPRC has to enforce recommendation for disciplinary action?
Not many, not much, especially if dealing with a lot of investigations. I know when I got on board, we did not have an investigative officer. Mr. Threet has been around pretty much for, I think, a year, and I was part of that hiring process 2 years. And so he went to work for a lot of backlog cases and a lot of stuff that we just couldn't do any discipline on, even if we wanted to. And a lot of the cases coming forward, it's due to the fact that documents aren't getting to the people at the required time. It's been really hard to get discipline if we wanted to get that point to come across because of that.
Councilmember Jimenez, Bruce Sublay, City Attorney's Office. The ordinance does provide for the CPRC to make a recommendation on discipline in complaints that are timely.
Recommendations, and that will be whether they take it or not. It's just up to the police chief. And
that's correct.
Okay. And just my last comment, because I want other, I know like there is, we are working on the complaint form, and there is like some people were asking that there is on the website, there is a complaint form that RPG has, and also a complaint form from this CPRCP. If you can explain to the public what is the difference between them. And as you say, like we are working, trying to see if the complaint can be submitted online as well. But if you can tell the public what is the difference.
Do you want to take that, Jerry?
Sure. So the complaint form for RPD, the complaint will go to the Office of Professional Accountability and be investigated by RPD sergeants, and findings will be made by the civilian director. Well, the civilian director of OPA will make a recommendation to the chief, and the chief will have the final decision, I believe. And the complaints that go to the CPRC are investigated by myself. A report is created and recommendations made to the commission, and then the commission holds a closed session and makes findings themselves, which are then forwarded as a recommendation to the chief. So the real difference is who's doing the investigations.
And then I would say for the online position, there would have to be a change in the CPRC ordinance to allow online complaints to be filed, because it specifically states in our ordinance that complaints need to be written. So we would have to go through a change in the ordinance to have that become able to accept applications, or complaints through online.
Thank you, Randy. And my last question to you, you are the chair now. Did you apply for continue in the commission?
I did.
And had you gotten any response to?
I was told by the mayor that I will not be reappointed. So I'm just riding until I'm replaced.
Would you like to be like, you haven't done an important work there? I hope that mayor consider that. Thank you.
Councilor Bates.
I just want to summarize it. Thank you guys for the wonderful job you do. It's not easy being scrutinized, but I want to summarize. Are you indicating that this is a yearly annual report? Am I correct?
Annual report. This is the first time that I've been on the commission that we've reported to the city council.
Well, you're right, because we've never had a commission report, but this reports cover a period about a year.
So what we showed you is that we've shown you investigations from 2018 to now. So it covers 4 years.
So that's more than a year.
Yeah. Wait, 3 years.
You're looking at almost 3 years.
Correct.
Well, it's interesting because according to your statistics, of the 3 years, there was about 17 complaints that you investigated. And of those 17 complaints, there was only one finding, or 2 findings, I think. And I don't understand how all of a sudden this anti-police attitude has come about when 3 years we've had about 17 complaints with 2 findings. And those findings, were there any officers dismissed, fired as a result of the findings, to your knowledge?
I don't think I can speak on that.
Okay, well, but the findings that you just elaborate on the 2 findings that you did make a finding on. What were they? Police brutality, or were they something else?
I can address those if you like. There were 3 findings of sustained for misconduct, and all 3 involved allegations of excessive force. 2 of them were officer-involved deaths in custody, and 1 was an excessive force allegation where there was not a death. And that's out of those 17. Those 17 actually were investigations, even though there were older complaints, they were investigated over the last 2 years rather than the last 3 years. And 2 of them were one of them was an officer-involved shooting, and the other was a death in custody. The individual was not shot by an officer, but during the struggle and a tasering, the individual expired during that incident.
Okay, well, I was just observing, and all of a sudden, Richmond police has been brought under fire as being some monster from Minnesota, I guess. Yet, the record does not reveal that our officers are nearly as destructive as some of the other jurisdictions in the Bay Area, like Berkeley, Oakland, San Francisco. So I want to compliment you on your investigation. I know you were impartial. You looked at it and you called the shots exactly as they were. So instead of being so critical of our police department, I think that they deserve some congratulations and compliments, because in 3 years, if you got 17 incidents and 2 or 3 findings, that's way more, much better than most jurisdictions, as I indicated.
Yeah.
So thank you for your report. And I'm sorry you're not being reappointed, because my compliments to you is because this is the very first time that, and I've been around here a few years, this is the first time that the police commission have sought the position to come before us and tell us, statistically, what your job consists of and the findings thereof. So thank you very much.
Yeah. I would just add like, I would say another issue that we do get is that a lot of people don't know who we are, and trying to figure out how to put that out there. We don't go out and find investigations to get police in trouble. That's not our job. Our main standpoint is to try to improve community relations between police and the community. So we're not out there trying to attack or mismanage or degrade the police department in any way. We're just trying to find the truth and make sure the community feels that the police department is being held accountable. And that's the work we do.
Okay, well, I don't know what the circumstances is with your reappointment, but as far as I'm concerned, I would not hesitate to recommend that the mayor seriously consider reviewing your application. And because, like I said, no one from that commission have ever, during my 30 plus years, brought forth a report indicating what they're doing. So I thank you for your very nice report.
Thank you.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is, how does the CPRC balance its goal to promote positive police relations with its goal to provide community oversight of the RPD?
So we balance that by making sure that we do community events, that we're out doing ride-alongs, that we're out doing we be at police DUI checkpoints to talk. I can speak to myself. I've been to a couple of DUI checkpoints where we talk with the community and we have conversation to talk about why DUI checkpoints are happening, to make people feel safe, to understand that a lot of people have thought, oh, this is a ICE checkpoint, to calm community fears about that. To talk about what happens during the DUI checkpoint, to learn about the process, to understand what the police are doing, understand why they're doing it, to get to the bottom and actually see them in actions, be part of the process. Going on ride-alongs, where we hope to presume after COVID, because we have to stop during COVID because we didn't want people to get sick, is to understand what the police are doing and what their job is, and having those conversations and communicate back to the community, right? I think accountability and understanding what people are doing brings community together, right? And we bring those conversations to the forefront. If things are not being shown, or community itself is not being shown how things are going, then people don't have trust. And so to have community members who are regular community members, who aren't police officers, who mainly don't have police backgrounds, who just want to support the community, go out there and actually talk to officers and actually talk to community members, I think brings accountability into the fold, which helps build that relationship. And then also say, okay, since you're trying to bring communication, it brings accountability. So police know that you're just trying to do what's best for the community. It's not attacking, it's not a degrading, it's just making sure that people are held accountable.
Great. One more question. So do you ever discuss just general principles of police misconduct or prevention of police misconduct apart from formal complaints that are submitted to you?
So we do and we do talk about police policies and procedures, and we try to give recommendations from those if we see issues come up, or things may come up that community wants to know about. I know, for example, at our last meeting, there was something about how guns that are captured by police, are they going to crime labs? And to get an explanation of what that is, the Captain Simmons, who was at the presentation, explained the process of what guns are collected, why they go to crime labs, why it might be taking so long, what are the actual numbers. So again, that's that accountability piece and informational piece. Like if you just read a headline, you go off the headline, it may be damning, but actually getting behind the statistic and getting the facts so people can be held accountable and understand is the way that those things go forward.
Thank you so much. And thank you for your work. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. You're on mute, Mr. Mayor.
I see you have your hand up, Councilmember Jimenez, but I'm gonna take my turn, then I'll come back to you, okay?
Perfect.
Okay, so this has been pretty interesting. You know, it's no secret that I have been and continue to be skeptical of the whole basis that the reimagining public safety task force is built around. And the presumption of it is that we have a big problem in Richmond with police that are out of control and police using excessive force and that kind of thing. And I just don't believe that. And, it wasn't too long ago that the city council voted to extend the life of the task force another 4 years, I think. And so I thought it would be interesting to try to go to the one reliable set of statistics we have about excessive force by Richmond police, and that is the CPRC. So several months ago, I started asking around. I started asking one of my mayor's staff, Dominique, to see if she could pull together some statistics about the CPRC over the last 5 years. I talked to several other city staff members, and it turned out that they just couldn't find anything. Nobody had any records. And finally, about the middle of November, they were able to pull together some partial records that were kind of cobbled together from various sources. And at that time, they gave me a set of records that went back to 2016. And it turned out that at that time, that from 2016 through November of 2021, there had been 37 complaints filed. So that's about an average. That's about an average of 6 a year, 6 complaints a year. And less than half of those were for excessive force. And then furthermore, I found out that at least at that time, that only 2 of those complaints had been sustained. One of them was for the officer who killed Petey Perez, but that happened back in 2013. So even though it was heard many years later, it was not an incident that happened in the 5-year period that I was looking at. And the other one was kind of an anomaly too. It was what's his name, officer, the late Virgil Thomas, who was involved in an
Mayor, but I would caution you not to name the officers.
Hey, Bruce, this is all public record, okay? So forget it. All right, so anyway, it involved the late Virgil Thomas and the Vallejo incident. So as it turned out, with the exception of the Petey Perez case that happened in 2013, and the other case that didn't even happen in Richmond, there were 0 sustained complaints in that in that 7-year period. 0. Now, when I got the staff report for this presentation, I don't know where the information came from, but the information was updated. It's still not complete. If you look at that staff report, there's 2 sheets in there that were presented. There's a lot of blank spaces on them, and I've been told nobody knows what happened to those cases. They just got lost. But if you look at those, there were 2 sustained cases. So the point I'm making is that, and I'm kind of following up on Councilmember Bates' point. The other thing I looked at is the number of police contacts averages somewhere around about 70,000 a year or something like that. So if you take the number of police contacts and you divide it by the number of sustained complaints, it's almost infinitesimal. It's something like, I did the math, it's like 0.08% of police contacts end up with a sustained complaint of excessive force. And to me, that looks like a confirmation that our police department is doing very, very well in the excessive force area. And yet we still have this reimagining public safety task force that's going after this like we've got a huge problem and they're going to solve it for us. So I don't know if anybody wants to respond to that, but I guess my question is, why do you all think we have a big problem in Richmond and we need a huge task force to deal with it, when actually we have an incredibly good record for lack of excessive force from our police department? Somebody want to answer that?
I'll take that. So first off, I think putting the whole task force is that what we wanted to do was just because of excessive force is a misnomer and a not true storyline of the events. I think a lot of people come into what we're looking at the police department, we're looking at funding and seeing how funding relates to crime and how crime is taken in the city and what percentage of calls go to crime, and finding alternative ways to not have police intervention in solving those crimes and reducing crimes is what people are looking at, and not in the excessive force saying that the police department is bad and going out there and beating up everybody and taking that account. That I don't think is an accurate depiction. It was basically looking about how much that gets invested in the police department and how much doesn't get invested into other parts of the city is where people for the task force really wanted to pay attention to and take focus to. I think too, to talk about the CPRC, our job is not to go out there and say it, like a lot of people, we do talk to people outside of that, and some people do still are afraid to put in investigations because they'll put in complaints because they don't think that anything's going to happen. It's going to be just put to the side, or there's no real discipline or local contact, so they don't put in complaints. But overall, I think the police department has done a great job of what they've done. I'm not sitting here saying it's a police department rife with bad officers. I think there's a great number of good officers. You talk to the officers themselves, they say that too. And they will also say that they're not perfect and things need to change. And I think, again, it comes down to accountability and making sure that they're being held accountable for their actions and they're being held accountable to the community is the most important thing. But I think overall, your president, that the community and this task force looked at excessive force and said, get the police department is simply not true, and a mischaracterization of the task force.
Well, if so, but I think you've reached a conclusion that somehow the police department is ineffective in dealing.
That's also not true.
Is ineffective in dealing with police contacts. So how do you measure ineffectiveness?
So that's also not true. What we looked at is basically how do we get to the root causes of crime. And I think this is a disagreement that's going to go on to the end of time. And we wanted to have some people in the task force, I won't speak for everybody, wanted to look at programs that can get to the root causes of crime without having police interactions. Not saying that police can't do their job and they're ineffective, saying we've done, like, for example, the war on drugs. We've done it the same way for how many years, and that has not been successful. Let's try something different. Let's look at community solutions and look at community ways to solve how drugs are be part of the community, and find ways to end it from a community perspective, because the war on drugs from police's perspective has not worked. And looking at factors through that way, not so much looking at the police and saying, you're bad, let's do something. Let's take money away from you. It was like, no, let's reinvest it in other programs that have shown to work, that has reduced drugs in the community without having a police presence. So,
well, I can see this is not going anywhere, so I'm gonna quit talking about it. But in my opinion, this whole thing is basically a solution looking for a problem, and the problem's just not there. There's no statistics that support the thesis that we have a problem, and so that's we're not going to convince each other. Several people have asked why I did not reappoint you to the police commission, and I'll tell you, reappointments to the police commission were coming up, and Mr. Joseph sent me an email and asked if he could come talk to me about being reappointed, and I was just about to say, sure, let's talk, and then I saw him post something on Facebook where he called me a liar. And at that point, I just said, I can't deal with a person like this. I can't deal with a person who's going to call me a liar and then come ask me to be reappointed to a commission. So that's the short story.
Yeah. And then I'll say for myself, and I would probably I didn't respond, because at the time when you wrote that, I kind of got upset. I was like, that didn't make any sense, because you even say in your, as a mayor, we talk about community, that you talk about city council meetings, that you're going to get criticized every day and think it's just going to happen. You need to take it with this, get it, move on. And you decided to be petty about it, which was confusing to me, because in my CPRC and my task force thing, I've been called much worse. And I still go to work for the community and try my best to do stuff like that, regardless of the work. And I told you when I had the email that, yeah, I called you a liar, and I stand by it, because I felt like you lied in that situation. But at the same time, I'm still in to work and do better for my community and for my city. And I could put something aside. Yeah, I called you this, but I still want to work and help the city. It's bigger than me and you. It's about a community as whole. So I know we're going to disagree, and I'm fine with that. I've laid my bed with that. I understand that I'm not going to be appointed, but that doesn't stop me from still doing the work for the community and still trying to find different ways to help our community out.
Well, it's, I think maybe we live in different worlds, but generally speaking, if you want to be appointed to a commission and the mayor is the person who appoints you, you don't want to call him a liar, but
I would say don't lie, but again, we took it.
Okay, so I think Councilmember Willis, and then back to Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, I was just gonna say thank you for the presentation too, but just some personal opinions that popped up for me while I was listening to the discussion. One, there are a lot of folks in our city that really don't know how to navigate our system, let alone know that we do have a police review commission. So if they are coming across bad interactions with the police, not everybody knows how to identify that outlet. And I've come across several community members who are undocumented who are just afraid to sign up for anything because of that documentation status, regardless if they feel like if something wrong has been done to them. So that's just something to take into consideration as we're talking about this. On the reimagine public safety thing, I'd agree with Mr. Joseph. My support for many years, even before it came to the forefront last year, was due to the fact that everybody was looking at public safety and what was causing some of the crime and violence that they were seeing, and feeling frustrated that when they did call the police, the communication was we couldn't do anything unless something actually happened. So people were trying to figure out, what do we do to prevent people from wanting to get into these illicit activities to begin with? And unfortunately, Mr. Mayor, you poked the bear during a national outcry last year when you were playing around with the defund message and said, who wants to defund the police by 70 million? That set a lot of people off and put the feet under the fire of the council to do something as it came to public safety. So in my opinion, you can disagree with it. You had a hand in the creation of the Reimagine Public Safety Task Force by basically antagonizing people. And also, it was already stated that the reason Mr. Joseph isn't going to be appointed to the commission is because he said some disparaging things about the mayor, and that is a track record that he has, that if you say something bad about the mayor, he will not appoint you. But I do appreciate this. I do think that there's a lot to look at besides just excessive force. There's just people out there in our community who are struggling and feel like they're being pushed against a wall. And when people are pushed against a wall, they do things they wouldn't normally do. I'm not justifying it. I'm not saying I agree with it, but I am saying that survival instincts kicked in. And unless we actually start investing in the people a bit more in the situations that they're going through, they're not going to feel as invested in the community and trying to help keep it safe like we're all trying to do here today, regardless of our opinion on what public safety actually looks like. But yeah, just to re-uplift, I do appreciate the data that came in front of us. I do appreciate actually seeing the investigator and how he laid out the issues and how they go about their process. And we do need to understand that there are going to be people who, A, don't know about this process to file complaints with the CPRC if there are issues that are coming up with the police, and B, some people are scared to come forward because of maybe documentation status and other kinds of retaliation. And, you know, when you're already struggling, you don't want to add another struggle on top of your life. So just wanted to add comments to the discussion. And once again, thank you for the presentation.
Okay, Councilor Jimenez.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, I was just going to say something around the complaints. And I think like Randy Joseph mentioned also that some of the reason is maybe that the community doesn't know a lot. So I think like we will need to make sure that community knows about it. This is why we are trying all and to make it easier for people to file a complaint. Right now, what people need to go to the website, download, print it, sign it, and if people don't have printers, and so it has a lot of steps. So there are some efforts with the commissioners to make sure that the complaints can be submitted and signed electronically. We will see if this can be done, especially because there is data of uses by the police department that from 2014 to 2019 they were like 3,336 use of force in that they put it there. I am not saying that all of these were harmful or maybe wasn't the use of the duty. But one of the things that I am asking Assistant Chief is that what are the level of uses for? Because we know some of them are less harmful than others, and it's important to differentiate the use of force that result in injuries and what type of injuries. If that incident involved minors, and which of them led to a format compliant by a resident. So I think like there is a lot of data that we still need to have so that we can get in this. So it's not just about looking at only this data and the uses for and the complaints, because there are so many other things that get, and we know that this is to make sure our police is accountable, and this is why the CPRCP was created, and happy to be the liaison to support the work and to make it to strengthen this commission, because it's really important. So thank you, Jerry, for all the work that you are doing. I think I am going to say that we not only need you part-time, we need you full-time, we need more investigations, and we need community outreach so that the community knows how to make the complaints, that they don't need to be worried if they don't have a documentation, because this is a community support for them. So thank you.
Any other comments from council members? So I have one final comment, and you know, this idea that somehow people don't know about the CPRC and they're not using it. You know, I don't buy that either. Over the last several years, the city council has continued to strengthen that process. You know, after the Petey Perez case, they eliminated the time limit that people could file, and then later on they instituted a provision that any police interaction that resulted in a fatality would be automatically investigated, whether somebody complained or not. And then they added another provision that all cases that resulted in great bodily harm would be investigated. So it's not that somebody's got to come forward. These things are supposed to be automatically investigated. If they're not, you know, we have a problem. And then finally, I think it's the job of the police commission itself to get out there and do community outreach. If people aren't using it, it's your job to get out there and tell the community about it and get them to use it. You know, don't blame that on somebody else. So
yeah, I would like to say we did not blame that on anybody else. We do go out to do community outreach. Like I said in our presentation, we do go to community events and we do table and we do talk about who we are, what we do. and how to apply. Just because you pass things in city council does not mean the community gets to hear about it all the time. And we still go out there to make sure on a monthly basis to communicate to the community who we are, and we would continue, and the CPRC would continue to go out there and advertise and communicate. What we said was that to make sure that our website is updated and have complete and accurate information would be helpful for that process. And
Okay, well, that's another issue. So if nobody else, oh, do we have public speakers?
Yes, we do.
Okay, let's call the public speakers.
Okay, I have 7 speakers. I have Mark Wasberg, Ben Terrio, Madeline Law, Yenny Garcia, Yessi Turan, Mike Parker, and the list is growing. I'll go ahead and start with Mark Wasberg.
Before you start with Mark, I just want to say something. Unfortunately, we have to let Mark make presentations the way he does with, with all that verbal garbage. And I don't like it. Nobody else in the city council likes it, but we're stuck with it because of First Amendment things. But I'd like to ask Mark to tone it down a little bit, all he does is set people off when he does that. And if he's got something to say, I think he can say it without using vulgarity and without insulting people. So I'm just going to ask him if he can find a way to get his message across without engaging in all that vulgarity. Okay, go ahead. Call up Mr. Wasberg.
Okay. Mark, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
This police commission ain't nothing but a joke. You have nobody. These people have no experience in law enforcement. They have no experience in law. They have no experience in anything. All they are just a bunch of fly-by idiots out there doing their everyday job. Most of them are on the task force that hates the police, that hates the cops. I mean, I was out there with the police. I had 3 ride-alongs with the Richmond PD, all right, riding the hate of the violence. I know what these cops have to go through. If these cops have to go out and to kick some ass to get these gangsters, to teach them a lesson, then so be it. I'm all for it. But like I say, in every profession, you're going to have corruption, all right? Now, I'm going to prove that Randy Joseph ain't nothing but a liar. I'm going to go back in a couple months and find that video. I'm going to prove that he ain't nothing but a liar. I mean, this is the most, and you have the RPA who hates cops. You got it? I mean, this commission should be totally eliminated and put professional people on there. It doesn't hold no weight anyway. They're just a bunch of idiots out there who hates cops. Remember, a bunch of RPA suck asses. All right. Now I'm gonna tell you something. I hate the fucking city council. I hate the fucking RPA, and I hope we're gonna get rid of you, no good son of a bitches. That's why I speak like I do, because you're not respecting our laws. You're not respecting anybody. You're trying to implement your own type of fucking government. You understand? I've been fucked with you for almost fucking 10 fucking years. I'm going to see to it. I'm going to do everything I can to get your fucking RPA ass off this fucking city council. And I'm running for fucking mayor. I don't care what you don't like, because I'm going to win. If you're not going to respect our law enforcement and our constitution, you have no right being on that city council. Like I say, if the cops have to go out and kick some ass, we'll do it. Because I know what these cops have to go through, man. I was attacked twice in a month. I had to call 911. And I went after this one guy. I almost had him, but the sheriff pulled up. I got 2 restraining orders on these guys. So you sit there behind a desk. You have no experience in nothing. And you act like you're some type of hot shit talking to people. And you're going, what the fuck you people are talking about? I yield my time.
Next speaker is Ben Terrio. Ben, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Ben Terrio, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association and a Richmond police officer for 13 years. The CPRC, I've been around in the CPRC for many, many years. The CPRC in the time that I've been involved has believe it or not, operating at probably its highest level that I've seen in my time. And it's heading in the right direction. Obviously, everything can always be improved. Everything's work in progress, but they put good input on policies. We have a good investigator and appeals officer, Jerry Threet. He's fixed a ton of backlog of cases. We have a good chair, we have a good vice chair. We have good members of the board who attend regularly, which was a problem in the past. So there's some consistency there. And there's good assistance from the city attorney's office. Basically, I finally have a good group. City staff is stretched thin. Obviously, that should be improved. It's not necessarily the staff's fault. In no means should webpage, all that stuff go defunct. All that stuff should be propped up. That makes perfect sense. And I think the pandemic's put a hit on the CPRC's ability to, fulfill their role. But like Chair Joseph stated earlier, ride-alongs and things are going to pick back up, and I think there'll be a lot more interaction with the public, and they can work on that end a lot better. But the goal is not, to go out and increase community police relations, not to go out and solicit complaints. That's not what they, like he said, that's not what they do. I've said this numerous times at the CPRC itself. The use of force data is not accurate that's being portrayed over the past 5 years, and that needs to be remedied. So hopefully when we provide that data, that will be amended. And then lastly, I'd like to say Chair Joseph does a good job, and I support his reappointment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Madeline Law. Madeline, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, I just want to say I inadvertently raised my hand for this item.
Okay.
I am not speaking. Thank you.
Next speaker is Yenny Garcia. Yenny, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Yenny Garcia, Vice Chair to the Police Commission. I just want to say briefly that in the past, and I want to take everyone back to what this presentation was about, which was not about the Reimagining Task Force. It was not about anything other than our CPRC Commission needs support. And we're asking the City Council and our mayor to provide us with that support, because part of the issue that we haven't been collecting information has been that we haven't had the right support staff to collect data. We haven't had anyone that has really done analysis. Before Jerry Treat came on as an investigator, we were 2 years in this commission without an investigator. Prior to that, the investigator that was here prior to that, I mean, I don't need to tell people that were really involved in this. They weren't what Jerry is now. And prior to that, we had an investigator that we barely saw. We had many commissioners that were not committed to this work. And it was really frustrating as a one person to try to do a lot of the things that were getting done now, because we didn't have the right support from fellow commissioners in the past, and also mainly from the city staff. That, again, it's not in a personal thing with anyone, but this is why we're asking the City Council today to please consider us getting the right support, because we do need data. We do need to show, I'm all for, if the police department is doing a great job, we have to uplift them. This is why we're in the commission, to improve the community relations. The other thing is that a lot of the complaints, we're in a city that's 42% plus Latino. From my perspective and the way I see it, in the world that I live in, Mayor, a lot of our Latino folks do not come to this commission to complain because they don't believe in the process. Okay, before that it was named community, it was named citizens. A lot of people had the misconception that the word citizens meant that you had to be a U.S. citizen to even come in.
Next speaker is Jesse Teran. Jesse, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. I just put it toward the mayor that the fact that there were 70,000 plus interactions and only 2 sustained complaints should not be seen as a good thing, because think about the likelihood of that. All of those interactions and only 2 sustained complaints. Do you really think that that's the case, that our police force is so good that they only made 2 mistakes? It just seems a little naive to believe that. it seems to me that data is getting lost. That information isn't being collected for whatever reason. That should be investigated. Investigators aren't being trained. We don't have the information to know what's accurate and what's not. When I became homeless 1 year ago, my biggest shock, the thing that surprised me more than anything, was that the cops are not necessarily the good guys. I never realized that before. The way a policeman is going to treat you and the way a policeman is going to treat someone of less privilege is it's a different world. And if you are of less privilege, you don't have access to a computer. You don't have access to a printer. And if those things are necessary to file a complaint, you don't file a complaint. And these are the people who are going to be more likely to be abused by the cops, are the people who don't have the ability or the resources to file complaints. And the fact that only 4 complaints were filed and 2 were sustained, that should be a huge red flag.
All right, thank you. The next speaker is Mike Parker, and the following group of speakers after that is Deborah, Lisa Johnson, Naomi Williams, Cecil Andrew Anderson, Jamin, and Amanda Jenkins. Mike Parker, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank Randy and Jerry for an absolutely great presentation, and I want to thank the CPRC for doing a very, very hard job over a period of time when it had lacked staff support and lacked the resources and able to do the job really well. The fact that they have to be the ones to go out and contact the community and let the community know about what's going on should not be part of their job alone, but should be part of the whole city's job. I want to point out that the mayor has suggested that, well, we've strengthened the CPRC over the last 5 years. Well, the truth of the matter is every attempt to strengthen the CPRC was opposed by the mayor. The mayor opposed opening the thing up to investigate the Petty Perez murder. He opposed the provision that the CPRC should automatically look into people who were seriously injured. The mayor has not been a supporter of police review in this period. And finally, I want to point out that this business about the trying to blame the reimagining people for attacking the police, etc., just simply is not the case. The reimagining is based on the fact that 40%, more than 40% of the city's budget is going for police, which are not protecting anybody from not creating public safety. They're only responding to public safety incidents, and to be a better way of doing things, because cities are going broke and bankrupt trying to support police forces growing at the rate that the crime is growing. Unless we deal with the root causes of crime, we're going to face real bankruptcy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Deborah. Deborah, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, good evening. My name is Deborah Small. I'm a Richmond resident and member of the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force. I want to start by commending Randy Joseph for the work that he's done on the CPRC, for the commitment that he's shown in spite of consistent resistance to actually supporting the idea of community accountability, the idea that communities have the right to expect their police department to be accountable to them, not just through their elected officials, but also directly. That's also the thinking and the understanding behind the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force, is to increase the ability of Richmond residents to be able to have input on the decisions that affect their lives every day, and to be able to hold our institutions accountable. I don't understand why any effort to support the ability of citizens to do that is viewed as being anti-police or anti-institution. It actually represents the opposite. The fact that people like Randy and people like me are willing to spend our time working with city officials, coming to these meetings, coming to city council meetings and task force meetings on our own time to have input is a demonstration of our commitment to the city, to all of the city institutions, including the police. And instead of being constantly attacked for that, I think that it would be great for people to show us a little appreciation and recognize that what we're doing represents civic engagement at the highest level. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Mayor and council members and staff. I'd first like to say a big thank you to all the people that serve on the CPRC. I've served on commissions. I know the time commitment. I know that there's disagreements that happen amongst that, and that's important. That's what those disagreements are designed to do in order to get at a proper understanding of the situation and what needs to be done. I also want to thank the investigator for putting in the time and the work and doing what the CPRC needs you to do. The community has consistently said that RPD should continue to always strengthen positive interactions with the community and foster accountability and transparency. I think it's also important to recognize the data that was reviewed tonight and the significant strides that RPD has made since the days of the Cowboys, and to support continued growth going forward. I also believe in data and facts. And tonight we've received some mixed messages when it comes to the numbers of complaints that were sustained. For example, the spreadsheet said it was 2, the investigator said it was 3. So I'm a little confused about what really is the accurate number. I support the CPRC receiving the staff support that they need and to also provide the public with a proper accounting of the data. I don't think we have that yet, and it should be posted to the website for everybody to see. We have heard also at more than one CPRC meeting in the past that there is inconsistent messaging going on out there about the excessive use of force by our police officers. And I know that that has been addressed publicly in those meetings, and yet the information is still being intentionally misrepresented. And I would like Councilmember Jimenez to please stop this and to listen to RPD and staff and to not continue to perpetuate false messaging. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Naomi Williams. Naomi, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening again. This is Naomi. The police department has changed. I was a police commissioner back when it was the cowboy days. We had to investigate different things, and we had a lot more to do. Richmond once was considered a city to take a look at, because they were invited to Washington to train people from other states. So I don't see why. I've always said, even when they invited me to their meetings, that Richmond had the best police department in the Bay Area. There were some that didn't need to be there, but there wasn't the majority of the police department. So we had an investigator, his name was Don. He was there and with the officers, and he would get the cases and give them to us, and we would investigate the cases. And if we wanted to go out and look at the place where the crime was committed, we would also be invited to go out there too. And I was on the police commission for 11 years, and we never did have this. We investigated some cases for Cinco de Mayo. That's where I believe the hate started. So in order to look at something, somebody needs to know the history. The people on here that says they don't know that a commissioner was involved, we used to do the same thing. We went out to events, table, talked to people. We even went to different parts of the city and made, different things. So
Your
take
time has
care.
expired. Thank you. Next speaker is Cecil Andrew Anderson. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Cecil Andrew Anderson.
Am I heard?
Yes.
Okay, well, first and foremost, I would like to address the simple fact that not all polices are what they say they are, and some really are and try to do what they need to do. I agree. But for that person or individual to state that people, what they need to do is go kick ass or whatever the case may be, if the police need to go do that, then they need to go do that. But a lot of times, a lot of police are gangsters. So don't sit there and say, because I was harassed multiple times just based on living in the area, because I live in HUD housing at 455 8th Street and Barrett Avenue. So I'm aware and I'm accustomed to what it is that's going on. So for me to get pulled over and the officer state that I was going over the speed limit, knowing that I wasn't, and then said that you addressed me about my tinted windows and not even telling me a vivid reason on why, now you're making excuses on top of excuses on top of excuses. Now, if that was the case, I should be cited and then it would be challenged. But although since it wasn't, and I just got let go, and for you to address it as your city, which is not your city, because you don't own it. So don't say it's your city when you don't own something, knowing that you don't own something, even though you enforcing what's going on in your city. We, as in the people, I live in a residential in the residential area, so don't claim it's your city when we address certain things. And when it's officers out there that actually flee the scene or flee before they know when they know that they was harassing you, or they know since to me is no such thing as, a police officer told me there's no such thing as ignorance of the law. That's unfair, because a lot of us grandparents or parents who didn't have no education, and we didn't know what the justice system, we didn't know what the rulings and what goes on in the justice system. We don't know the penal codes. We don't know these vehicle violation codes. We don't know these type of things. So when you tell us that you can just do anything, you can't just do anything with somebody not acknowledging what's going on.
Time expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Jamin. Jamin, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. My name is James Purcell. I want to thank Mr. Joseph and the rest of the board for this information. I want to thank the CPRC for the job that they are doing with their hands tied by lack of resources and staff. They are doing vital work in giving transparency to the police, and that this is what we need in order to continue to build the trust with the community and with the police. There's this national sentiment of the thin blue line, and that the police are separate from citizens, and that there are, and in this particular, this is focused on people of color and undocumented people, and many people don't feel safe with that kind of demagoguery and the culture in the amongst the police being promoted. As well, I think that there's also a fear of this blue silence. And so I want to thank the CPRC for all the work that they've done, gathering this information, giving it to the public, and being open and transparent. And to the Reimagine Public Safety, which was only allocated $3 million, which is only 4.4 of the total budget of the police. It returned the police budget back to what it was about 2018, and we should. And police should not be a one-stop shop for all of society's problems. The police should be there for when they are needed, and then we should let other experts and other people who are trained in those fields be able to address those other societal ills. The purpose of the task force is to address the separation between the citizens and police and let there be clarity, and then address this fear that they are separate or there's something going on. And rather than being threatened by the idea of clarity and transparency, I hope we continue to be open and honest, continue to collect that data and continue to give it to the public so that we can have a sense of ease. And I think that we are in a relationship with the police, and when there's a problem especially with trust, you have to address it and you have to work on it. And again, I hope that Mr. Joseph is placed back on the board because he's done great work. Thank you.
Time has expired. Thank you. Next speaker is Amanda Jenkins. Amanda, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
My name is Amanda Jenkins. I'm also a part of the homeless community with Jesse Turan, and I just really wanted to piggyback on some things that a couple of people have said regarding the police force. Being that I am part of the homeless community, I have come to deal with quite a few different police departments, being the Richmond Police Department, the Sheriff's Office. I think the CPRC, which is this is actually the first time I've ever heard of them, is a wonderful idea. Not very many of us actually trust the police very much out here. We don't like to talk to them. We don't like to deal with them. We don't trust them a lot of times because of the things that are happening that is not being talked about or not being seen. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Butts, you said that you said something to Jerry about you being from two different worlds. So obviously, I think that's perfect. A perfect way to describe it. You could never understand what we go through with the police department out here because you are not one of us. You are a mayor. You're the mayor. You will never understand how they treat us versus how they treat you. You know, the way that you may see the police department is not how we are going to see them. My mom's been a paralegal for one of the best criminal defense attorneys in Solano County for 42 years of my life. And I can tell you the police are not saints. They are not perfect. They are criminals just like anyone else. They are human just like anyone else. There are some great ones. There are some horrible ones. I have actually come in contact with many great ones on RPD. I can say the Sheriff's Office is definitely the best police department I've ever dealt with. But the Richmond PD is also great too. There's some officers that are wonderful, but there are some officers that do use excessive force that are not cool and that should not even be on the force.
Time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Tarnell Abbott. Tarnell, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Tarnell?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Tarnell Abbott, Richmond resident. I would like to say thank you to Randy Joseph and the work you've done, and I wish that you would be reappointed. I think it's important that the CPRC continues with strong leadership, which you have given it, and it's not really about attacking the police. It's about making sure that you have unarmed civilians who hold the police accountable, because it's too easy for people who have all the power and the arms and the enforcement to abuse that power. And it's a vital role that is played by the community, and it should be supported. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no more public speakers.
Okay, thank you. It's time to move to the next item, which I think.
Mr.
Yep.
Mayor, point of order, M4 is a very urgent item. We have to make a determination on this and direct staff to come back with an extension of a contract if we're going in that direction, or we risk people being evicted from these RV sites. And so I was wondering if it would be all right if we moved this up before M3, or if we want to, if I have some assurance that we're going to extend the meeting till 11:30, that would be okay. But I don't know if we have that assurance. I see one shaking head.
Look, no, I'll move it up. Let's take that next, okay?
Okay.
Unless somebody objects. Okay, Madam Clerk, let's go to M4.
Item M4 is to direct staff to return with a contract amendment with Housing Consortium of the East Bay to allow additional time for unhoused vehicle dwellers at Ryden Road and at Castro Street to be relocated and provide on-site services. On-site services with month-to-month reports to the City Council on progress via the Reimagining Task Force overall monthly updates, and approval of appropriation the $50,000 for flex funds for repair, preparation for transport and removal, registration, storage and towing for RVs and vehicles for temporary storage of personal belongings to assist in relocation efforts.
Okay, this is your item, Councilmember McLaughlin. You want to introduce it?
Yes, yeah. So we all know we're currently experiencing a humanitarian crisis in terms of unhoused residents needing our support and attention. This is a national crisis, a regional crisis, and a crisis for the city of Richmond, and we all have to do our part. So currently we have two major sites with unhoused vehicle dwellers at Ryden Road and at Castro Street. And Ryden Road residents in particular have been given till December 31st to leave the site. So this item seeks to give more time so we can effectively offer them opportunities for relocation. And this is for both Ryden and Castro. So now I want to share what we have in the works and why more time will result in better outcomes for all. So first of all, SOS Richmond, Safe Organized Spaces Richmond, which is on contract with the city in terms of a street team working to help residents and working on acquiring more sites, sanctioned sites. They're working on getting 8 church sites, church parking lots under our new Safe Park Scattered Sites Ordinance available by the end of December. They have contracted with Pastor Donnell Jones to work with the clergy. Although RVs need to be movable and many are non-operable currently and need repair work. So that's one of the things we're working on. There are also a couple of sites that Caltrans is offering to Richmond for the creation of managed safe parks or transitional villages. Yet these contracts that they're offering us for $1, you know, they're doing that for all cities. And preparation of the sites will take a couple of months. So that is another reason why we need a little more time. Also, there were 20 beds available at Brookside Shelter held by the county for residents at Ryden and Castro, and 19 were taken, 14 from Castro and 5 from Ryden. And there were some unwilling to accept beds at Brookside, and a major reason was that they don't want to leave their RVs behind unattended. So currently we have a space to store them. We have a willing agreement that's being worked out with Bridge Arts Storage for storing these vehicles, but it'll take some time to finalize that agreement. I mean, it's going to happen like within days, I believe, very, very quickly, but we still have to repair the vehicles, tow them, move them. So that's going to take some time. So the outcome, I just want to say that we're encouraging the county to implement a scattered site program to allow churches in unincorporated area of North Richmond to host RVs and dwelling units in their parking lots, just as we're doing in the city. And we're also working with the county to look at appropriate larger sites in unincorporated North Richmond for a larger safe park, as we're continuing to seek out in the city of Richmond. We've also done outreach to Chevron and other private owners of sites along the parkway to potentially acquire use of their land for a safe park and or cabin village. And we have some discussion going on in regard to some private site owners who are interested in this idea. We also have sought grant funding through various sources, including home key funds, and in particular, state encampment resolution funds, which were just recently allocated, the application process by Governor Newsom. And our staff was right on it, applying for that. Thank you to Michelle Milam and Lena Velasco for both of them working on it. Michelle kind of led the way on getting this application moving. I appreciate it. We also have received acceptance for acquisition of motel vouchers for short-term stays in motels. And we also have a grant from Chevron through the Richmond Community Foundation for the provision of a clinical social worker to support unhoused individuals who remain on curbsides without such support. So we're definitely moving in the right direction, but we need more time or else we will be in a really bad situation. And we know that if people are not allowed more time for relocation, the results will be catastrophic because the situation on Richmond sites, on Richmond streets is already bad. And so if we disperse people, it's going to be an even worse scenario. If disbursement of people from Ryden and Castro occur before alternatives are made available, it will add to the already great need that we have to deploy basic amenities and support to households living in unsanctioned curbside locations throughout the city. So it's my hope that we do not add to the problem by dispersing people prematurely. Also, we will not allow the reoccupation of new vehicles of any parking spot that is emptied at this site by the removal of a vehicle that was accommodated in a different location. So we have all kinds of work that is soon, we're really gaining this traction. 8 church sites to take in 1 or 2, or a couple of them are taking 3 or 4 vehicles. So we are definitely ready to move, and we need a little more time. So I'm not going to give the motion right now, but I want to give a basic concept of what the motion will be. So when the public speakers speak, they understand what I'm going to be proposing, and I hope the council is going to agree with. So basically, we're going to be, the motion is going to be to direct staff to come back to the council with an up to 6-month extension of the Housing Consortium of East Bay, otherwise known as HCEB contract, with a minimum 30-day notice to HCEB. So that means it's a month-to-month extension, and we'll have the ad hoc committee review contract compliance monthly to determine whether to extend the contract each month up to 6 months. And in addition, we'll want to have certain conditions. For example, if a vehicle dweller is offered a space in one of the church lots or a safe park, they must accept it. If a vehicle dweller is offered a shelter bed or motel room and an offer to store their vehicle, because that has been a big impediment. Now that we have storage available, there may be more willing to take a shelter bed or a motel room as they open up. So they must accept it. They must accept the shelter bed or motel room if we offer them the storage space as well, with the understanding that SOS and Rebuilding Together will do their best to help find them a safe park or cabin location if they don't receive an offer of permanent housing before the end of their stay at the motel or shelter. We need to move quickly on these services to avoid vehicles from being removed on December 31st. It's essential that we extend the HCEB contract because we don't have time to do a bid or go through a process. But with a review by the ad hoc committee each month, we will make sure that compliance occurs, and we will have the option to not extend on a monthly basis. Funding, we have this encampment resolution grant funding that we expect to get. Everything has pointed toward Richmond being a really strong contender and for a significant amount of money. It will be coming forward in a few months, April or earlier. Home key funding may very well become available. We're going to be applying for that, or maybe as the staff has already moved on that. Measure X funding is forthcoming for the city as well. John Joya has confirmed that. So we will have some funds. We could use ARPA funds in the meantime, or Measure X funds if they're available. while the encampment resolution grant funding comes forward, which we very much believe it will. So I will turn this into, oh, and also 50,000 will be allocated for flex funds, for repair, preparation for transfer or removal, registration, storage, and towing for RVs and vehicles, and for temporary storage of personal belongings to assist in the relocation efforts. So I'll make a formal motion reflecting this, but in more clear detail after we hear from the public speaker or any other comments from the council. But I really want to stress, this is important. We should not make the problem worse, and we should not be non-humanitarian and just disperse people when we have opportunities coming up in the near term to relocate people in a responsible and humane way. So that's my framing of this item.
Well, first of all, I need a motion to extend the meeting. It's 2 minutes to 11, so.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'll move to
I'd
extend
like
to
to
the
make
end
a
of the
very
meeting.
specific motion. Excuse me, Councilmember Willis, I have the floor. I'd like to make a very specific motion to, in an attempt to reduce the number of soliloquies and monologues taking place for this item, I move that we extend the meeting for public comment and the vote only.
I'll second that.
Okay, call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Reluctantly, yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Putt.
Yes.
And I'd just like to get some clarification. Is this to complete this item only and get the, okay.
Right.
Public
Okay,
comment
so-
and the vote on this item only.
Okay.
So, are there some questions on this item? From council members, questions, comments? How many public speakers do we have?
11 at the moment, or 12 now.
How many?
13 now.
18?
13.
13.
13?
Yes.
Okay, well, I see a couple of hands up. Councilmember Martinez, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, point of order. The motion was to extend the meeting for public comment and the vote only.
Agreed.
Well, that's,
It passed. It passed. If anybody had any objections, they could have made it 5 seconds ago.
well, I don't think it was clear. I think what you need to do is have a motion to cut off debate, which we haven't even had.
I
Call-
think
in
his
other words-
motion was very
You can
clear.
make you can make a motion to call the question, which
Was
means
anyone
that,
aside from the mayor unclear about my motion?
well, it's certainly unclear to me.
Was anyone else aside from Thomas King Butt unsure about my motion?
No.
That's why I was reluctant.
I figured that. I figured you still knew what I meant, though.
That's why I was reluctant.
Well, I'm just gonna, I mean, you guys can overrule me, but I'm gonna rule it that that's an improper motion. The
You
proper,
voted on it.
the proper motion is.
So you
to-
voted on a motion that you didn't
Just call the
understand? You
question.
didn't ask any questions? You just voted.
Well, I thought what you meant was we go through the thing, we hear the public speakers, and then we vote on it.
But you didn't ask for
You
any
didn't say anything.
clarification. You just,
You didn't-
as the mayor, you just voted. You didn't ask any questions. You didn't ask for any clarification. And now you're trying to go back because it's not how you wanted to go and change the entire process that the council, including you, voted on unanimously.
You did not say anything about no debate.
I said, everybody understood but you, Thomas.
Okay, look, I'm making a ruling. You guys want to overrule me? Go ahead.
Motion
I
to
motion that
overrule
we
the mayor.
overrule Thomas King Butt and continue on with my motion as said and understood by every council member who voted for it.
Second.
Well, motion by Willis to overrule the mayor. Is there a second?
It was by
We
Vice
all look
Mayor.
alike to him, Gail. It doesn't matter.
Is there a second?
Second to Vice Mayor Johnson's motion.
Who made the motion
Vice Mayor Johnson.
to overrule? Is that right, Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Is that right? Okay, and you seconded it?
Yes.
Okay, let's call the roll, Madam Clerk. You're muted.
You're muted, Pam.
You're muted, Madam Clerk. Pam.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Bates. Councilmember Bates, you're muted. How are you voting? On the motion to overrule the mayor?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez.
Reluctantly, yes, because the baby was thrown out with the bathwater. The bathwater is soliloquy. The baby is a question.
Just vote, Eduardo. Just vote.
Yeah, Eduardo, just vote because there are so many people who want to talk. Please.
I'm sorry?
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Mayor Butt voting no. Are we going to the public hearing, public speakers now?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
The first group of speakers is Terry Dunn, Leah Murray, Ramon Quintana, Amanda Jenkins, and Mark Wasberg. I'll start with Terry Dunn. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Good evening, all, and thank you for this time. I appreciate the good intentions of the council and the city staff wanting to provide quality services to our unhoused neighbors at the Ryden Road encampment. It's right to help people. The Housing Consortium of the East Bay, HCEB, has had the contract to provide excellent services at this location. Clear goals were written for the services expected, including connecting the folks with health care, jobs, and housing. Over $500,000 have already been given to HCEB to deliver those services. Unfortunately, the residents at Ryden Road have reported that none of the goals have been met and none of the major services have even been started. Now we're at the end of the contract and the end of the money, and there's little to show for it. And that's not the fault of the unhoused residents. The services listed in item M4 are important and necessary, but we need to know they'll be delivered. And now a 6-month contract extension is being recommended without any open bid process. So some key questions remain. How has this project been monitored? Who in the city agencies is responsible for coordinating the work? How is it confirmed that additional money is needed? And why are these contracts being awarded without competitive bidding through an RFP process? So before acting on item M4, except for extending the encampment, we need to consider, as I say, not closing the encampment, not extending the contract, pausing to reevaluate and verify that contracted services are offered, reestablishing the competitive process for bidding, and requiring independent oversight for all recent homeless contracts. Thank you very much for listening at this hour.
Thank you. Next speaker is Leah Murray. Leah, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. My name is Leah Murray, and I'm the Executive Director of Collaborizing, a local nonprofit. We work at the intersection of race, homelessness, and belonging, and advocate for unhoused residents living in Richmond. 3 days ago, my team went to Ryden Road and spoke with residents about encampment services. Last week, code enforcement gave Ryden residents a 10-day notice to remove their vehicles. This action terrified the residents and added more stress to their already challenging lives. They shared concerns about dirty porta potties, hand wash stations that were inoperable, 24-hour security that is virtually non-existent. In addition, the residents stated that they had not received services promised to them, including assistance with vehicle registration, tune-ups, help with social security cards, etc. The entire city council received, and 2 staff members and the encampment management team were emailed a letter listing resident concerns. I also attached 35 pages of supporting documentation given to me by the residents. The mayor responded. However, his response was not supportive of the residents, and one city staff person gave a neutral response. No one else responded to the concerns of the encampment residents. While I see that sending my talking points in advance to the city council gave them ammunition to not extend debate, I would argue that the city council should pause and reevaluate and verify the contracted services that are being offered to the residents before extending the current vendor's contract. The city should also reestablish the competitive bid process, as this contract was awarded without an RFP, and require public oversight for all contracts that don't undergo a competitive bidding process. So please keep writing open, but be transparent and real and respect the citizens there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ramon Quintana. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
My name is Ramon, and I'm a Richmond resident and an advocate. I was at Ryden Road encampment on Sunday, and I went there with my wife, Leah Murray. We were there to speak with the residents and their families who live there, and they filled out a questionnaire we had. It was to gather some information about the experiences that they've had while living at Ryden over the last 8 months. And sadly, most of those folks are in really bad shape. One woman I spoke with was just released from the hospital. She's just been diagnosed with cancer. Now think about that. How hard is it to battle cancer on a normal day? A day where you have a doctor, a home, food, and support. Now think about battling cancer while you're homeless. Another woman I spoke with, she was 4.5 months pregnant. And she was really sad and distraught. I mean, I could really see it in her face. You see, Richmond PD had just taped a 10-day notice to the side of her home, and she couldn't think about where she would be going when being 4.5 months pregnant. There were several people there who hadn't seen doctors in months, and they too were concerned about where they'd be going. The last person I spoke with, well, she was under self-quarantine due to an active COVID infection. She was in her home, a trailer, across the street from the post office, just trying to stay safe and not to get anyone else sick. I asked the council, if you close the encampment, where do you suppose a person with an active COVID infection can go? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Amanda Jenkins. Amanda, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
My name is Amanda Jenkins again. I am the founder, I guess you would call it, of the Castro site encampment. I started the encampment almost over a year ago, I guess it's been now. And I started it for this exact reason. The only thing that you ever hear is the mayor and the city council talk about money, 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 and how much it's going to cost. So when I did the Castro encampment, my whole thing was a pilot program, if you will, of what we don't really need from the city. I never asked the city for a dime to help us at all until SOS or East Bay Consortium came into it. We never asked the city for anything, and I did a better job by myself with no money from the city than East Bay Consortium has done the whole entire time that they've been contracted to this. They have done nothing. SOS does very minimal at Castro, but ECHB is not even known at Castro encampment. So to put those residents out would be ridiculous. And the Ryden Road encampment, I live here personally. I'm here now with these residents. And I can tell you, we have not received any of the services that they're talking about. I put in for my registration on my vehicle to be, to get help with my registration. I got a check for half of what I put in. What is that going to do? Nothing. I'm not saying that it's your responsibility to help me with that, but I am saying if you promise us these services, you should follow through with them. And East Bay Consortium is not following through with anything. I would just like to know, where has all of this money that you guys have put out went to? Because we have not even seen a garbage bag or a garbage can, let alone anything else. And Castro is even worse off. It's out of control. I understand that, but it was not like that when I was there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mark Wasberg. Mark, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, these homeless encampments need to be shut down. I mean, this lady talked about she's been in a homeless encampment for a year. Did she ever go out and look for a job? No. I've been down in that Castro camp. I took pictures and videos. That place is a hellhole, man. You got garbage, human waste everywhere. These people live like animals. They don't want to do nothing. What do you do living at home encampment? Can't you go out and get a job? There's jobs everywhere. I got called for 2 jobs already, and I'm 65 years old. The government doesn't owe you nothing. There's help if you want to get it, but they're just too damn lazy to go out and do it. And McLaughlin talks about registration. You have to have insurance before you could get your registration. Yeah, insurance. You know how much that's going to cost? You have to have insurance. They're not telling you that you have to have insurance. See what kind of con game this is going on? These people cry for help and help. Well, why don't you go out and look for a job? I don't care if you have to get on a bicycle or get a bus. Go out and get a job. You work for UPS or work for somewhere. Everybody's hiring. These people put their own selves in this situation. What are you doing at a homeless camp without even going out and looking for work? They're just sitting there doing drugs and alcohol because they're too lazy to do anything. Hell, I've been living in my truck since 2005. 2005, I've been living in my truck. I know what it is to starve. I know what it is to sleep in the cold and the heat. I got Medi-Cal. I got Medicare. I got all kinds of insurance I want. I take advantage of everything that the state and county has. You ain't telling me nothing. I've been there, did that. But these 2 people are too lazy to go out and do anything with their lives. I'm going to post all that footage that I took at that homeless camp on Castro. You even had to pull a truck that was on fire. They're lazy.
Tired. The next speaker is Brenda Hector. Brenda, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Brenda Hector.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm a homeless here at the Ryden Road, and I want to make a comment on the person that just spoke. You're putting us down when you just said that you sleep in your truck. So that makes you homeless. Some people out here don't have and cannot work to go out and find a job. You need to watch what you're saying, because that kind of offends some people over here, and it kind of offended me. I am disabled. I cannot work. I had a job and I fell and I fucked up my body. I can't work. And for ECEB, they don't do shit for us. Danny Longo, she had my vehicle, mine and my husband's vehicle, towed for no freaking reason. No reason. After she had said that she was going to help get it fixed, give us money and everything else, and she towed my vehicle. I got video of that. HCECP or whatever, they don't help us with shit out here. They've been here since April and they haven't done nothing except for ruin our lives, take our vehicles, take our stuff, and all they care about is them. They don't care about us. They care about themselves. Daddy had 5 generators that she had bought, supposedly from our money, and they all got stolen. Bought a new car. Bought a dog. Where'd all that money go to? That supposedly they had for us. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jesse Teran. Jesse, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Jesse Teran, if you please unmute yourself.
Sorry.
Okay.
So I want to just say that what everyone's saying about HCEB is absolutely true. They have done nothing except for make the issues worse here. Everything that Danny has told us has been a lie. They have wasted your money. Okay, some of the things that they've spent money on, Danny had to have her own private personal porta potty, okay, which was, they've spent $75,000 on the porta potties. So what? How much is, we have 3 porta potties. One is just for her use. They spent a big chunk of money on getting lunches driven to us from a catering, no, not driven, Ubered to us from a catering company in Palo Alto. I could get that food for free. I even told Danny, I said, call White Pony Express. You can get the food for free every day. I said, why? And the security that they've hired, it's just to protect the generator. They don't help us at all. And they're spending like $250,000 on security to protect the generator that they don't need because their electrical requirements include 2 laptops and a printer. It's crazy. It's crazy. You should really get an accountant to go over their books because they are throwing the money away on nothing and making everything harder here, not better. Although her assistant Rashad is great. Let me just put that out there. Rashad is the only saving grace. And I would like to talk with you at some point about developing an eco village instead of a homeless camp, because I believe that
Time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Jean Moses. Jean, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. My name is Jean Moses, and I want to add my voice to those who are asking the City Council to review the contract and services being provided by the Housing Consortium of East Bay. They should not be paid to do shoddy work, and that's clearly what they are doing. I strongly support the reestablishment of a competitive bidding process. If the contract needs to be extended on a month-to-month basis, perhaps that is necessary, but it sounds as though you could end the contract right now and it would not really be doing a disservice to the people in the community. An oversight process clearly needs to be set up, and I strongly recommend that that oversight include community members from the unhoused community, because they very clearly have a better perspective on what's going on than people sitting on the City Council. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. The Ryden and Castro programs have formerly been in place since March of 2021. Yet the public has had no update since then, and there is a clear lack of transparency about what has been happening. Once again, staff and council appear to be moving forward with spending our money while keeping residents and impacted communities completely in the dark. The public should be respected too, and we should have received at least a 6-month update regarding Ryden and Castro. Our elected leaders and city manager have a fiduciary responsibility with our dollars, and right now the public sees a lot of money being spent with little success and little accounting. We were told in March that there would be between 30 to 50 new slots opening every month at the Marriott Hotel. As of 1 to 2 months ago, more than 6 months after the program was formally approved, only 2 vehicle households had been moved into transitional housing from Ryden Road, one of whom returned. And now suddenly, in the last week or two, you've moved people into shelters. But now we're supposed to believe everything Gail is telling us right now with no council debate. That's been shut off. It seems that nothing was learned from the community's stated concerns numerous times throughout the past 2 years when the city was trying to establish a safe parking program and was not doing the appropriate community outreach. Once again, we're being left out. We hear of these 2 sites on Caltrans property, but it seems you've contacted only one person in this city. You haven't reached out to the 2 communities right nearby there or the businesses. You've done none of that outreach with most of us. And now we're going to have to shoulder all of the associated crime and the honest crime that is happening in these areas. Please stop trying to cover it up. It's not right. You're sitting here saying you're going to get funding. You have nothing guaranteed. You have 0 timelines, and there is no accountability.
That's expired. Thank you. Next speaker is Maeve Catherine Bergman. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, council members. My name is Maeve Bergman. As a 3rd generation of my family to get to live in Richmond, I'm increasingly frustrated and disappointed with the approach and quality of services provided to our vehicle-housed neighbors. Evidence-based and equity-minded practice absolutely support our community's investment in holistic wraparound services for vehicle-housed neighbors with a goal of ensuring basic needs and safety, health, and long-term housing. Sadly, the current City of Richmond approach and contractor now being considered for additional funding doesn't appear to be able to meet the needs of our vehicle house community members. As residents of both communities have shared, they indicate serious concerns with basic needs, safety, health, and long-term housing acquisition. And the contractor's representative admitted non-compliance with the contract's required outcomes and reporting. Such experience for our neighbors is not okay, particularly unhoused neighbors already facing multiple barriers. To remedy this inquiry and get community members promised and already paid for services, I ask the council to engage in the following before considering any renewal or addendum. Require completion of the existing contract, including outcomes and required reporting, to understand the contractor's progress and struggles, to inform any next steps and investment, including any timeline for closure. Confirm moving forward with the folks that live there and all reporting in compliance. And finally, ensure daylight that the contract is subject to the public bidding process. Until then, M4 will not be equitable or safe for our community, particularly those that are vehicle housed and absolutely belong here in Richmond.
Thank you. Next speaker is Peyton Silkett. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Minister Peyton Silkett. I am a community organizer with Faith in Action East Bay. I've been working in various neighborhoods in the Richmond community and have also had the opportunity to work with some of the residents here. I'm here in support of the Richmond residents that have voiced their concern regarding the additional funding for the HCEB, citing the concerns over the quality of services that were supposed to be provided to the residents at Wright and Road, but clearly have not been done to satisfaction. It's come to my attention that several of the residents have voiced discontent, not only the ones who were able to have access to come onto this call, but the countless others who are dealing with their circumstances in silence, perhaps, that they were not receiving the services that they were promised, right? Not that they were asking for, but that was promised, right? Citing security concerns, unclean bathing facilities, sanitations, talking about all these other things. While I recognize the urgency and the need to develop these solutions for these encampments, and there is that urgency, it's also in everyone's best interest to ensure that the job is being done well. So I would encourage the council members to consider all the other points that have been made. Number one, do not immediately extend the contract amendment to the funding of the HCEB if they are not doing the job that we are paying them to do. If the city has not already done it, I would strongly urge them to do its own investigation into the complaints and the conditions of the encampment. Don't just take our words for it. Go and speak to the people that have come here to speak to you. There must be accountability, especially when more of our already scarce financial resources are at stake. Furthermore, I understand that the inception of this contract was without the competitive bid process, and therefore I would urge the city to reestablish that competitive bid process. If one organization is eager to do the job well and has the qualifications, the residents of Richmond would only stand to benefit from that process. Our citizens deserve the highest value for our tax dollars, and the competitive bid process would do that. And there must be independent oversight. Thank you.
Thank you. No, go ahead.
Excuse me, Mayor, we need to suspend the rules and extend the meeting.
Yeah, I'm gonna need I'm gonna need a motion and a vote to suspend the rules and extend this item past 11:30. Is there a motion?
I'll move to extend it to hear the rest of the speakers and to make a motion of some sort. I may modify my motion, but I will want to get a motion out there. So just to get that out there and take a vote after the speakers.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All right, this will require 5 votes. So call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
I'd like to make a substitute motion.
we're in the middle of this motion. I mean, we're in the middle of a vote.
No.
He can make a substitute motion. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to make a substitute motion to complete this item, but with discussion. From hearing from the speakers, it seems that discussion is essential for us to make a proper vote.
Is there a second? I'll second it. Okay, let's vote on the substitute motion.
Councilmember Bates,
No.
Councilmember Jimenez,
No.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
No, weren't we in the middle of voting on something? Like, what happened to that vote?
Yeah, we were in.
This is so out of order. No.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
No.
Councilmember Willis,
Abstain.
Mayor Butt.
Yes.
Okay, we needed 5 votes for that, so the motion fails
Okay.
with council members Bates, Jimenez, Vice Mayor Johnson, and Councilmember McLaughlin voting no, and Councilmember Martinez and Mayor voting yes, and Councilmember Willis abstaining.
Okay, let's continue the roll call on the original motion.
The original motion,
I think we were down to Martinez and
right. Councilmember Martinez,
No.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
no.
Okay, the motion passes with Councilmember Martinez and Mayor Butt voting no.
Okay, we still have public speakers, right?
Yes.
Okay, well, let's
How
continue.
many?
How many speakers do we have, Yaswar?
We have 5.
If the council would refrain and let the speakers speak, we may be able to get out of here before midnight.
Okay, let's get going. The sooner we get going, the sooner we get out.
Okay, the next group of speakers are Jamin, Cecil, Andrew Anderson, Ben Terrio, Linda Grubbs, and John Springman. Jamin, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
I'm going to be real fast. I urge the council to support the assisting of unhoused people, but I hope that they will also expend that parking, but they need to have some oversight and clarity of why they're not receiving the services that were promised to them. It abates the creation of other encampments that are far more dangerous and don't have the access to facilities and programs. And I relinquish the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next.
I'm sorry, just really quickly, I just want to encourage all of our speakers to, don't feel like you have to use anything less than the 2 minutes that you're allotted.
Yeah, let's move ahead. Come on, we got to get out of here.
The next speaker is Cecil Andrew Anderson. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Cecil? Okay, I will come back. Next speaker is Ben Terrio. Ben, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you, Ben Terrio, President Richmond POA. I just want to bring it, since there's not going to be a staff discussion or any type of discussion, bring it to the attention of council and those listening. The police department, your cops in the city they're not red tagging people down there. That's not what we do. That's code enforcement. It's a different function in the city. So, I mean, cops are responding down there all the time, taking calls. So if there's a security issue, they're not doing their job, maybe that needs to get replaced or at least audited. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is John Springman. John, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, my name is John Freeman, and I was an employee of SOS on Riding Road, and I was security. And I just want to say, ever since I was fired for no reason, and ever since everything went haywire over here, like no one's been helping us or nothing. I need Castro too, and I haven't had a dime to like with help or nothing. And I used to work here, so you can't say I'm lazy because I used to work here. All right, and that's all I want to say.
Thank you. The next speaker is Cecil Andrew Anderson. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Okay, hey, I was about to say I agree with the guy who just sat there and said that he's not lazy, because a lot of people aren't lazy. You got people like that guy who mentioned that other people are lazy, and then yes, there's opportunity out there, but then again, some people are not hired. Some people are also not getting that opportunity to actually do what it is that they do. Some people may complain, but they still do it because it's an opportunity. But although you do have people get fired, and then for whatever reason, I've worked at Amazon and got harassed multiple times, and yes, I got fired because of what people or what the admin of people said about me, just based off what they wanted to happen. So my opinion, or our opinion in this jurisdiction of what it is that's going on, if it don't matter, then there's no point of us making an opinion or addressing the situation or the fact that we need to do something about this scenario. So that goes back on the job opportunities and all that type of stuff. Yes, I mean, what's the use of raising business tax on certain businesses or whatnot or whatever? But at the same time, yeah, they can make more payments toward people. Why make payment cuts when you can generate or try to make more people make more opportunities for people to work more, to do more? That's for those who want to work. I mean, some people don't have to work because they don't want to work. And if that's the case, then they don't have to work. Simple as that. So, for those like me who out there who want to work, I'd apply for a Tesla. I'd apply for multiple jobs and still haven't gotten a call back. I got a high school or GED diploma. So what's the excuse? There shouldn't be no excuse on why a person is getting hired or why they're not getting hired, because there's people out there who are making the effort, who don't want to live on welfare, who don't want to be on this type of stuff, who actually want to make a difference for themselves. So for people to sit there and say, oh, they got kids and stuff to do, you're not the only one. I mean, people up under bridges and stuff like that, they go through more problems. They can't complain to nobody and say, oh, stop making noise for driving on the freeway. No, they can't do that, because guess what? They are less privileged, or they don't have that jurisdiction.
Time has expired. Thank you. And the last speaker is Linda Grubbs. Linda, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Hello, good evening, everyone. I want to thank the Vice Mayor for giving us this opportunity to speak and extending the meeting this evening with the motion. Mr. Mayor, you should be ashamed of yourself. We are talking about human beings here. I'm a Richmond resident. I've been here for over 12 years. I actually walk past the Riding Road encampment every day when I go take my dog for a walk. I've also given blankets, pillows, and socks to the people that live in those encampments, those very, very human people that live in those encampments. I'm very disappointed. I'm going to ask you to please do not extend the current funding by HCEB. If you could pause, reevaluate, and verify that the services that are being contracted for are actually being honored, I would feel that as a member of the community, that my money is being used in a manner in which we have dictated and would not be comfortable allocating any other funds without verification of how the previous funds are currently being utilized. We should really reestablish the competitive bid process. That's the only way that's going to allow the city government to select applicants that have the best price for the best services, and do what is right and what is just and what we should be doing for our fellow man. I again urge you to please do not close the encampment. Let the right people do the right thing for all the right reasons. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
Okay, do we have a motion?
Okay, so my motion, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to modify it. First of all, I'm going back to what I originally submitted as an agenda item. Staff was the one who called me and said, you need to have an HCEB extension. And so I added that because I know that the residents need services, but I'm going back to how I initially entered into the system this agenda item, which is to direct staff, and I'm going to modify it so staff will come back with something. Direct staff to come back to the council on December 21st with some kind of service extension. It could be something as simple as working with the county core services and having a service contract to keep the porta potties in place with servicing of the porta potties, but have staff come back to the council on December 21st with some kind of service extension, and that no residents at Ryden or Castro be evicted, removed from the site until they are offered places to relocate. And if a vehicle dweller is offered a space in one of the church lots or safe parks, they must accept it. If a vehicle dweller is offered a shelter bed or motel room and an offer to store their vehicle, they must accept it with the understanding that if the county doesn't offer them permanent housing in their stay at the motel or shelter, SOS will do their best to help them find a safe park or cabin location afterward, and that $50,000 be allocated from ARPA funds for flex funds for repair and preparation, registration, storage, and towing of RVs and vehicles, and for temporary storage of personal belongings to assist in relocation efforts. So this will take a period of months. We don't know how many yet, to entirely give people these alternatives and opportunities. So code enforcement will not do any evictions, towing. RPD will not do any towing while we are offering these opportunities that they must accept if the conditions are met, as I just stated, and staff will come back with some kind of service extension on December 21st.
Okay, does somebody want to second the world's longest motion?
I will send it by email to the clerk.
Somebody want to
I'm sorry. I wanted to ask about the second part about the approving and appropriate $50,000. Is that part of the motion also?
Yes, the $50,000 will be allocated from ARPA funds for what I stated.
So does somebody want to second it? Looks like it dies for lack of.
I would second that.
Okay, we have a second from Jimenez. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Councilmember
I'd like
Bates.
to speak, Mr. Mayor.
You can't. They shut you down, council member.
I want to make a substitute motion.
Council member, well, okay, you can do that.
And I don't understand how this council can sit here and not listen to the people. They already told you what they need. They need to be involved in part of the decision-making process. We've blown all kind of monies, yet you ignore. My motion is that we do not evict anyone, that the mayor appoint a committee that consists of those individuals that are especially involved. How are you gonna sit here on your high horse and make decisions for individuals that are out there suffering? They should have a voice as to what and how to proceed. They've already told you that we're blowing money left and right, bringing in money, food from all over the place. That's completely ridiculous. No oversight. So my motion is that the mayor appoint a committee to work and include some of the individuals that have spoken and work with a program to come forward that will be beneficial, hopefully successful for those that are affected. That's my motion.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it just to get, get it to vote.
Second from Johnson. Okay, let's call the roll on the substitute motion.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Abstain.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
I would prefer to have an amendment to my motion, which was more, gave more information, so I'll abstain.
Councilmember Willis,
I don't agree with the whole motion. I abstain.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmembers Jimenez and McLaughlin and Willis abstaining, and Councilmembers Bates, Martinez, Vice Mayor Johnson, and Mayor Butt voting yes.
Okay, we are prepared to adjourn, but I have two memorials I need to read.
Mr. Mayor,
What?
yeah, I would like to also adjourn this meeting in memory of Pastor Kelly's love.
That was one I was going to do, but you go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I have been working with Pastor Jones on this, and thank you for allowing me that. So Pastor Kelly's beloved, a longtime resident, passed away on Monday, November 29th, after a battle with cancer. Pastor Love, along with his wife, First Lady Love, established Greater Love Minister, a nonprofit devoted to outreach that serviced Bay Area cities. In 2013, he was appointed pastor of Greater Love Ministry by the late Bishop Hamilton. Pastor Love understood the importance of community serving on numerous local and regional boards and bodies. He also worked tirelessly to reduce gun and gang violence by engaging with residents in at-risk neighborhoods through programs like ceasefires and ground zero. On December 21st, we will have a proclamation to recognize Pastor Love's contribution to Richmond City Council, to the community on Richmond. And the services will be visitation Thursday, December 9th from 1 to 5 p.m. and the funeral Friday, December 10th at 11 a.m. McLaughlin Temple, Fred Jackson Way. We will miss him and we send condolence to his family. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I have one also, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and then I'll.
Okay, this is Mrs. Lois Jean Irving, who's a longtime Richmond resident. Our funeral service is Friday at 10 a.m. at Wilson Kratzer on San Pablo. Thank you.
Okay, well, you covered both of mine, so I think we're done unless somebody has any more memorials.
I have one that I'd like to make. I'd like to close this in honor of Steve Nadell, an environmentalist activist, one of the founding members of the Sunflower Alliance, someone who is a physicist who did a lot of work around refinery emissions and necessary controls. So he was someone who was everywhere and offered a lot everywhere he went. So he will be missed. A lovely spirit who will continue to live in the work that he's done.
Okay, any more? Okay, thank you. We are adjourned. You've got 15 more minutes left to enjoy this wonderful day.
Happy Hanukkah to all who celebrate.
All right. See ya.